Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to resume the General Government Licensing Committee. We're going to be on item number 12. Insurance claim trends against the City of Toronto and mitigation measures to reduce claims. It was held by Councillor Nunziata. Did you have questions of staff?
Yes, I have three questions, and then I have a motion. To staff, on Table 8, we see that that the number of claims, including those for basement flooding, were almost the same, but the amount paid was drastically different from 2014 compared to 2018. What accounts for that difference?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to refer this to Jim Kidd, our claims manager, to respond.
And then I'll ask my second question because he can end. Then on Table 7, if you look at 2015, 76% of claims were denied, but for 2018, it went up to 90% that was denied. So why? And has something changed in how we consider claims?
Through the chair. So with respect to your first question, 2018, as we indicated in the report, pardon me, the claims that have occurred in 2018, these tables are by date of loss, so the claims haven't matured. So it'll take a number of years for us to have a better sense of what the actual cost is. So that's the main reason why claims that are 4 or 5 years old have a greater cost as they mature.
So there's 90% that were denied in 2018.
Okay, I was answering your first question
okay,
with
all
respect
right,
to
okay.
why 52,000 in 18 and why $1 million in 2014.
And then in 2000, and there was 90% that was denied in 2018.
Okay, so if you look at the table, you'll see there were 449 sewer claims. 10 were paid and 94 were denied. So at this point in time, only a fraction of the claims have been resolved. So it's really too early to tell what the number may be.
Well, it's my understanding that they've all been resolved and they received letters as well.
This information was as of December 31st, 2018. So at that time, the 90% represents what was happening at that time.
Yes, but in March, that motion that I moved in March, and that's why this report is back here, but it's my understanding for 2018, all the notices have been sent out to residents on their claims on being denied.
Through the chair, with respect to the August 7th, 2018 storms, those letters in response to the claims were just sent out recently.
Right, and it's 90%.
Again, the 90% reflects what the data was on December 31st, 2018.
Okay, I don't know, it's just very confusing.
So that,
Your answer is very confusing.
If we pulled the data today, the number would probably be different, but at the time that these tables were done, these claims weren't resolved yet.
Okay, so another question. In areas that are prone to flooding, many homeowners have installed backwater valves, some pumps, et cetera, that we've advised them to do, but still get flooded and can no longer get insurance for flood damage due to the number of times they've had to file a complaint. Is there a way that we can get special consideration be given to these people who have taken action to protect their property but continues to get flooded and cannot be covered by their insurance providers?
Through the chair, as a result of the August 7th, 2018 flooding claims, we received approximately just under 300 claims, of which 70% of those claims were submitted by insurance companies. So about 70% of the people that made claims did have insurance. About 30% of the people that made claims did not have insurance. So that's about where the split is.
So that's the information you have?
That's the information with respect to what proportion of homeowners were able to obtain insurance.
If a resident files an FOI to get a list of who applied and who was approved or denied. Would they be able to get that information? This is for the 2018.
I think, Councillor, through the chair, we'd probably have to get some advice from the Freedom of Information folks on that, whether that's the release of personal information on a claim-by-claim basis we need some advice from them, I think.
All right, I have a motion.
Okay, right, and I just, sorry, other questions of staff?
Thank you. Through the chair, on page 4 of 9, I've noticed sidewalk slip and fall claims. Now, this is 2014, 2015. Those numbers, are they in 50,680 for 2014? Is that in millions of dollars?
Through the chair, that's in thousands of dollars, so it's 50,000.
So it seems that number of total denied, it keeps increasing, but paid out sort of keeps decreasing. Is that decrease, is that because we got better infrastructure?
Through the chair, no, it's just a function of the age of the claims. So as the claims as mature in age, so many of these claims might have to do with bodily injury claims, so it takes several years for those to resolve.
Okay.
So for 2014, that data is probably more useful in 2018 than the 2018 data in 2018.
So if there's a section on a sidewalk that we found to be problematic and we've paid out a claim, how long would it be before we should be fixing that part of the sidewalk? What would you say?
Through the chair, I think the response through the provincial minimum maintenance standards allows for a very short period of time. The
1
expectation
year,
is...
2 years, 3 years?
No, within 30 days.
Are you sure?
That's
It's a loaded question, be careful.
there are guidelines through the provincial minimum maintenance standards, and
So
they
if
address
somebody
those.
slips and falls and we pay out, then we are obliged to go and fix it within 30 days? This is what you're telling me?
If someone trips and falls,
Slips and falls, we pay out. It was our fault, the sidewalk was faulty.
Sorry, excuse me, sorry, Councillor Karygiannis.
Well, I'm just...
No, it's nothing with the questions. Could you just speak into the microphone, because the woman that's
Sorry.
doing, the woman that's doing the captioning,
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
just to remind everybody.
No problem.
So we have a woman here
Thank
that's
you.
doing the captioning on the screen here.
Okay.
For staff and councillors, if you can just make sure you speak clearly into the microphone so that she can
Okay.
do her job properly.
Thank you, Counselor. So am I to understand that you're telling me that once we paid out a settlement, we're obliged under Ontario regulations to fix it within 30 days? Is that correct?
through the chair, the chronology is usually a complaint may be made to 311, in which case transportation will respond within days of the date of loss.
An accident happened, a lawsuit was launched against the city, we paid out. Does that trigger us fixing that location?
The trigger to fixing is much closer proximity to the date of loss.
So if the date of loss was somewhere around 2007, 2008, should that sidewalks be fixed by now?
It should have been repaired within days of being notified.
Would you be surprised if I were to tell you that the fixing date is 2021?
I don't.
Thank you, appreciate it, not a problem, thank you.
Do you want to answer? Or?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Oh, okay.
But offline, I'll tell you the location.
All right. Other questions of staff? Seeing none. So I just wanted to ask on the tables in the report. I think it's tables 4, 5, 6, and 7 that have the average claim value, paid, denied, percentage of total denied. Is there an industry standard? Like, what is that comparable to other municipalities? Are we high, low? Is there any comparative?
Through the chair, We don't have comparators. We can canvass other municipalities, but we find that the Toronto experience is often quite different just because of the size.
Okay.
But the answer to you, I don't have a comparator.
All right, and the reason I'm asking that is, so once again, across all these 4 charts, when you go paid out, how many were denied, in almost every category in every year, the denied is higher than the paid. And one of the biggest complaints I get from residents, if they fall on a sidewalk or hurt themselves and a pothole, I tell them, well, go file an insurance claim. And 9 times out of 10, people say to me, well, why would I bother doing that? I'm not going to get it. And I was like, well, you're never going to get it if you don't try. And they always say, well, I know neighbors that have tried. And so, like this chart bears that out, where like the paid versus denied in most of them isn't even close. So I'm just trying to understand the rationale or how claims get reviewed. And I understand from our side that we're trying to keep our claims down, but on the other side, if there's an issue with our infrastructure, for me as a councillor, that's a problem too.
The city's website provides detail for someone wishing to make a claim on what the expectation is, what the investigation entails, what the adjuster will be looking at in order to make it a liability determination. So whether it's a trip and fall claim or a tree limb claim or a flooding claim, there's a lot of information there about what the resident or claimant may anticipate.
So as a municipality, we're using an insurance adjuster that's is a public company, it's publicly owned and operated. So are they using the same parameters, do you know, for our claims versus what would be a public claim for something else?
Well, our claims that relate to sidewalks within the road allowance are governed by the City of Toronto Act, so there's different criteria as opposed to an occupier's liability claim where you might trip and fall within a shopping mall. There's a different law.
Okay. And going back to my original, so there's OMBI, the Ontario Municipal Benchmarking Institute. They don't do any benchmarking on insurance claims, or?
I'm not aware of that, no.
No? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Councillor Nunziata, you wanted to speak?
Motion that I'd like to move. The General Government and Licensing Committee requests the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer to review the City of Toronto's website and communications to ensure that A, the process and criteria for making claims are clear, and B, the percentage of claims that are paid and denied is provided. And 2, City Council requests the Ombudsman review the City of Toronto's process for public claims for damage due to the escape of water from the city's sewage system, including basement flooding, and conduct an investigation into this process if warranted. And the reason I'm moving this is, first of all, on the city's, what we're telling people when they get basement flooding, and I know I've had a lot of it in my ward, is that they file a claim through the city, and which they do, and practically everybody does, and then they're denied. And because we're not really giving them the, communicating the correct process on it, and because, like when I asked the questions, 90% of the claims have been denied. And recently, in my ward, in the new ward that I represent, there was infrastructure work that was done at a cost of $30 to $35 million in that area. In 2018, they all got flooded. And so they all put claims in, and they were all denied. So I think it's very important that we communicate this and not be telling residents when they get the base, oh, file a claim. And then when they do, they wait for a year or two, and then they're told that they were denied. And And as far as the ombudsman, there was a report that was completed by the ombudsman in 2010 on how the city handles claims. And since then, the city has changed insurance adjusters. So I think it's time that we review the whole process, because I don't know if other members of council have that issue in their ward, but I have a huge issue in my ward with basement flooding. And when you get hundreds of people that file claims and their insurance adjusters will not cover their claim, because it's been 2 or 3 times that they've had to claim, and in another area in my ward, we've been waiting 10, 15 years to have the work done, and we haven't completed the job, we haven't even started the job, we haven't even designed the work. In the meantime, they continue getting flooding. And it's not fair to these residents. I'm talking hundreds and hundreds of homeowners that are in that situation. So I really believe there should be an investigation done, because it's been 2010 since we've had the last one. And make it very clear to residents. They get the basement flooding, make it very clear what the criteria is, so they don't all run and put a claim in and then wait for 10 years and get a letter in the mail saying, sorry, it's not our fault, and we're denying your claim. It really is unfair, and there should be some compensation for these residents that continue to have that flooding, and especially where city has done the work and they still get that flooding. We have to take responsibility.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none? Okay, we have a motion from Councillor Nunziata. All in favor? Opposed? That passes. Item is amended. All in favor? Opposed? And that passes. Our next item, we did numbers 14 and 15 together. Councillor Matlow, I believe you had a motion. I think we're ready. Are we ready, Julie? All right.
Can I see it?
Did you want to speak to it, or?
Essentially did.
All right.
Happy to entertain
Anybody?
questions, but I think this follows what we discussed.
You can?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, I just want to understand, so the purpose of the motion is to have a report to committee anytime there is an acceptance of an offer for an expropriation. But then it says without delaying the acquisition and expropriation process, but wouldn't a report cycle cause a delay?
To ensure that whenever there is an opportunity for check-in with committee, that they do that. That being said, though, they will do it presumably before that sort of drop-dead point, before they have to accept an offer. And I'm seeing nodding from our staff. This is just addressing, as I said earlier, the new reality that we're in, that the sands keep shifting with respect to even whose ownership some of these properties might end up being.
So if I may do a follow-up question, regardless of who owns the property, my understanding these are for accessibility projects.
Yes.
So why would we want to delay an accessibility potentially delay an accessibility?
We don't. Quite the contrary, and that's why I was deliberate about ensuring that within the motion, that this would not impede, that this would not create a delay. And that's why that's actually deliberately written into it. It does give us an opportunity, though, that if it's not going to create a delay, that we as a committee have an opportunity to opine on whether or not it's still wise to move in that direction. And this wouldn't be restricted to accessibility issues. This might be other matters. That's why it says transportation. But just to be clear, it was written in a deliberate way so that we would not be delaying the necessary improvements to our subway stations to be fully accessible to all. But this does address the reality that Bill 107 puts us in, which doesn't give us any surety or predictability about ownership or who's investing in what or who's doing what in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the councillor.
Thank you.
Other questions of the mover? Seeing none, other speakers on this item? Seeing none, so we have a motion before us from Councillor Matlow. All in favor of the motion? Recorded, all right. All in favor of the motion? Councillor Filion, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Matlow, opposed? Councillor Holyday, that passes. Sorry, Councillor Nunziata, did you want to vote on this item? Did you want to vote on Councillor Matlow's motion? You're fine with it? And Councillor Nunziata is in favor. That passes. All in favor of the item as amended? And that passes unanimously. All right, our next,
Can we just be explicit about number 15?
sorry.
Can we be explicit about
Sure.
number 15? Just to, his motion was on number 14.
Oh, okay, sorry. So Councillor Matlow's motion was on number 14. So that passed, and then we have the motions before us on number 15, including a confidential report. So all in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Yes. Now we're on 25? All right. Councillor, where did Councillor Karygiannis go? All right.
Go on number 26.
He held that as well.
There's number 30. He held that as well.
I held 30. Sorry, Councillor Holyday, we're going to move to number 29, the fair wage policy report. Sorry, you released that before lunch. Okay, and so we're on number 30. I'm going to release that and hoping it doesn't come back to, I'm putting my faith in Daphne Donaldson that, so I'm releasing number 30. Does anybody have any questions of staff on that one? Sorry? Yes. Yeah. All in favor of the recommendations in number 30? Carried. Councillor, we deferred that to the fall,
To the second quarter of 2020.
second quarter of 2020. Councillor Karygiannis held it and moved a motion before lunch. All right. So number 20, I don't know what to do. So the only ones left before number 31 were held by Councillor Karygiannis, and I'm not sure where he is. There's two. Sorry? Sure. You want to start? All right, we'll start with number 25. Yep, questions of staff? Okay, and I have a motion as well. Okay. Councillor Karygiannis, we're on item number 25, which you held increase in penalty amounts for stopping and parking violations. Yeah, I have a motion. And Councillor Matlow has a motion. Did you have questions of staff on this?
No, I'm good. I'm
Okay.
excellent.
All right. Does anybody questions of staff? No speakers? Councillor Matlow?
So one of the, so I have a motion, pretty straightforward motion about ensuring that the police work with, well, requesting in this case that the police work with parent councils and administrations of schools on approach to ensuring that there's awareness and opportunities for legal parking drop-off in the area. What I've experienced, do you remember a few years ago, we raised the fines, I helped initiate that, in fact, on illegal stopping on, my intent at the time was on main streets, and I think we went up from $60 to $150. And that did affect some streets in the neighborhoods, and I started getting complaints all of a sudden from people saying, well, all of a sudden we got this huge fine. We also, in our neighborhoods around schools, we are constantly hearing from parents who are contacting our offices, I imagine your offices too, about getting ticketed even when they are knowingly parking or stopping illegally. And I think whenever we are using the stick, we have to think about the carrot. And this isn't a huge carrot, it's just a matter of recognizing that whenever there are strategies to bring the parent community in and helping them understand, if we are saying absolutely not, you're not allowed to park over here, that we want to work with you on just knowing, if you do need to drop your kid off, where would you do it? Where can you safely park without getting a ticket? We did this with the police at a number of my schools in my ward, one in particular I'm thinking of, where the parent community got involved. They put out emails through the parent council email list. The school administration got involved. And while there are still people getting tickets and there are still people getting angry, whether it be at me or the police or the principal, the majority of the community at least understands that there's a communications approach to it, and that people know, if not where they're not supposed to go, more importantly where they are supposed to go, even if it's a couple blocks away. So that's the intent of the motion, and I hope that you'll support it, because from my experience, if we don't ask the police to do something, it doesn't always happen organically.
Okay. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the councillor. I've been through this a number of times in Ward 2, and it's an important and sensitive issue. I'm just curious as to why it's the Toronto Police Services Board versus the Toronto Police versus Transportation. And where I'm going with this is, I understand Toronto Police are responsible for the enforcement, but it's the enforcement of the City of Toronto's bylaws. And so the presence and the configuration of restrictions in and around a school is ultimately set by advice from the Transportation Services Department and City Council. So would the logic not be the Transportation Services Department, because they know the shape and configuration and where people should be parking?
Because that's a good question. From my experience, and maybe you've had a different experience, from my experience, because the police, while they're not as liberal about consideration as they used to be, they do have the ability on the enforcement side to work with schools on arrangements. For example, I've seen an example where they recognized that there were issues happening on a certain street. So they said, okay, if you park over, on that street and you put a little something on your dashboard that says that you're a parent at that school, that we might lighten up on enforcement at certain times until the rest of the school community is aware of the rules. They have the ability to kind of use some common sense and some kind of a reasonable approach, context specific, even after the bylaw is approved. So it just seems that they're better situated, and they're also usually the ones under attack after the fact. So whenever we create the regulations, it's the police parking enforcement officer who will be the one screamed at initially by the parent who didn't want to get that ticket. And I think it's important that the police and that school community have a relationship to be able to discuss why something's happening and what they're doing and how they do it. And I've just seen this approach work from time to time in my community, and I would presume that would be universally accepted.
So is the intention to somehow request the Toronto Police to modify how they do enforcement?
No.
'Cause I think that's what I heard about the note and the.
No, that's up to them. I mean, it's not for us to tell them what to do. It's it was on their own accord to figure out creative ways to sort of address different issues. They're the enforcement. We don't get to direct their operating. They direct their operating through the chief. What this does is it ensures that there is confidence. If we as a council are going to be voting to up the fines, what you will experience as a local councillor is that the next time a parent in your community gets one of those tickets, for right or wrong, they'll be upset. Now, some people are reasonable and they go, you know what, I'm the one who did it and I have to pay the fine. You may have learned that not everyone is as reasonable as that, and some people are going to call up and say, Stephen Holiday, you got to deal with it. You got to do, why did you vote for that? You gave me that ticket. And by passing the motion that I'm proposing to you, I think it sends a message to the school communities that we want to recognize that there will be people who will be driving in the mornings or in the afternoons, and they'll be dropping off their kids or picking them up. And we recognize that there has to be a place for them to do this legally and safely, but it may not be right in front of the school, and therefore that relationship with the police is important because the police are the ones who are doing the enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions of the mover? Councillor Nunziata, questions of the mover?
No, just this.
Oh, okay. So, Councillor Matlow? Councillor Matlow, I have a similar question. So instead of police, if we had the appropriate school boards or all the school boards, and I think following along closely to what Councillor Holiday was asking, because my experience in my area is it's not so much that police are going, people are going to the police, they're going to the schools and saying, where can I park, what's appropriate? I have a high school in the middle of my ward that had some work done behind it. The curling club across the street, which is also owned by the city, the school board went to the curling club and said, you know, can we park there? I don't think there was never an expectation that people would go to the police and say, where can we park in the neighborhood?
I wouldn't want to restrict it to the school boards, though, because we do have many schools in the city that are not part of any one of the four major school boards. And the fines would be applicable to city streets, you know, near an independent school, for example. So that would be my only cause for concern about your suggestion.
Okay, I don't see, like, I think we're going to be tying up the police more than looking for parking, which I don't really see as their job, right?
My
I
honest,
see them enforcing the parking
Yeah.
regulations that we set. I don't see them, like, acting as a conduit for where people should park around a school.
I've just never seen this as a problem in any experience that I've had where there have been these sort of conflicts with you know, parents getting tickets near the school and the school. Every single time the police have been engaged in that conversation, without exception, it's resulted in a really thoughtful conversation that either resolved the issue to an extent or had an honest, straightforward conversation about what the rules are, and then reasonable people need to accept that. But to suggest that the police don't have a role to play in that conversation, I wouldn't accept, because ultimately they are the ones that are responsible for enforcement. In no way does this direct them to spend more time that they want to spend, nor does it tell them to sort of do things that were, you know, like, you know, about their operating or their procedures. It ensures that we're saying to the school communities and the police that there is a role to play in that conversation, and I've seen this happen time and time again.
Okay, all right. I will respectfully disagree.
Fair enough.
Okay, other speakers on this item? Councillor Nunziata?
In my area, I have the opposite. The parents have asked for a meeting, you know, with all the parent council and the police and the city, and they're upset because the police are not tagging the cars. And they wanted the parking fines to be increased because, unfortunately, even though, and I've been working with a number of schools, and unfortunately, even if you put a notice on the windshield, parents want to drop their kids off right in front of the door, on both sides of the street. They don't want to walk anywhere. They would, actually, they would probably love it if they just had the child on a chute and just right into their classroom. Because parents will not park on another street and walk their kids to school. Some schools are just a nightmare. They're parked on both sides of the street. They're blocking driveways. Kids are running across the street, and it's so unsafe. So parents are asking that the police be out there tagging the cars, increasing the fines, because parents are just not paying any attention, and it really is a safety issue. So, you know, like increasing the fines, I support that because actually the parents have asked for that. At some of the schools. I don't think they're going to, and I don't think by speaking to the police, they're going to park a couple blocks away from the school or any other street, because then you'll get complaints from residents that live on that street. My cars are parked and blocking my driveway. We don't want these cars parked here. It's a nightmare in some of these schools. Like, it's crazy. And so, I don't know, I just, with your motion, Councillor Matlow, I'm just a little uncomfortable about that.
Okay, Councillor Holiday and then Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was at a community meeting, I think 2 weekends ago, and I had a number of residents that live in and around the school, and that's where the meeting was held, and I had a number of representatives from the parent council and different organizers in the school, and we were on about this issue quite a bit. There is a lot of work that happens with schools, trying to get parents organized and people adhering to the rules. And the comments we always make is the city doesn't put up the no stopping signs and the no parking signs to be mean or to be difficult or to even to try to raise revenue. It's all about managing conflicts and trying to create safer situations. And I'm sure pretty much every member of council has been by some schools in their neighborhood in the morning or the pickup time to watch what happens. And we all see all sorts of things going on there, and we see people disobeying the signs and creating very dangerous situations. And so I'm quite happy to support a change in the fines to make sure that we've got the right deterrent in place. As far as the motion by Councillor Matlow, I'm quite cautious about it because I am worried about bringing in the enforcement arm of the city government, the Toronto Police and the parking folks, to have the discussion about what can and can't be done. I think that falls more on the shoulders of transportation services and the city councillor, because we're the ones that set the configuration of the area, and we're the ones that have to reshape the signs and change things around to make sure that it's working. You know, and I'm with Councillor Nunziata. I mean, there is this constant demand for more and more enforcement. We just don't seem to have enough opportunity, enough resources to get to all of the scenes of the schools. And, you know, part of me says I'd love to have a parking enforcement officer at a school for every drop-off and every pickup and to rotate through the ward. You know, I think they could fill ticket books every morning. But it would also remind parents that, you know, the city is enforcing this and there's a reason behind all of this. And, you know, you might get caught, you might not get caught, but they'll be back around another time to make sure that this is being done right. So I think this is just an important issue. Even though it's just a report on fines, I think this is something that has troubled me as a councillor, and I think it troubles a lot of people out there in the community. And as I said, it's not just parents around the school, but it's the people that live around the school that have to live with this every morning. I've got a school near me in the ward where the residents have said, you know, look, we don't even bother trying to leave the house between 8:15 and 8:30 because we just can't make it through the sea of cars and the people double parked and blocking driveways and so on. And I think that's sad that you can't even leave your own house because nobody wants to follow the rules and nobody wants to park the extra block away and take the extra few steps. And, you know, as a parent of 3 kids and ones that, you know, went through a lot of this process many, many times, I mean, I get it, I understand, but we want to make sure that those kids are safe and we want to make sure that there's harmony in the neighborhood. So I'm glad to support these recommendations that are before us in the report. Thank you.
Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Chair. Really want to thank the staff for working with us on this changes. I had a child die in February 2018, and the child was coming from school, going home, and although this was a good story that we would work with everybody, with the traffic, transportation, everybody concerned, and we thought that we had the school nailed to a T, there's one thing that we overlooked. There was a passage behind. This child came out through the pathway in the back. An individual was driving up, an elderly gentleman. He didn't even have a chance to speed up, and the kid was hurt. Kid died. And I have to tell you, watching that mother at the funeral was not a good experience. I had trouble sleeping for a couple of weeks. We have parents, I have them in my ward, that are helicopter parents. They want to drive their kids right in front of the school, and if they can have a McDonald's drive-through, you know, like, I mean, here's my kid, and come back and say, give me my kid, these people are not satisfied. They drive up, the principal, the vice principal's at the door, you know, hand your kid off and go. No, 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 they want to go in. They want to get the kid into the classroom. I think what we need to do, we try educating the parents, and a lot of them seem to get it. And sometimes we work with kids in order for the kids to tell their parents to get it. But there's that odd parent that it doesn't matter how many tickets he gets, he just or she just doesn't care. I have a neighbor besides my house, and they drive their kids to school every morning. He's got a bad habit. He parks across the street. The door opens on the driver's side, which is right in the middle of the street. An 8-year-old comes out and walks across. I tried to tell him once, I tried to tell him twice, I tried to tell him 3 times. He got ticket once, ticket twice, a ticket 3 times. And you figure by all that thing that would have gotten into the parent's head, just didn't sink in. It's his way or the highway. And it's those parents that just don't get it, that I think that one way to make it sure that they do get it is by hurting them in their pocketbook. It's by hurting them every time that this happens. You get an officer that comes out and the officer gives them a ticket. I've been there a lot of mornings when the parking enforcement and the police officers come out to give tickets to people that are not supposed to turn, they're not supposed to do U-turns. And, you know, the officer tells me, well, it goes to court and they plead, oh, well, I didn't know it was my first time. But if that ticket hurts them, and it hurts them in their pocket, I think for the safety of our kids and the well-being of our neighbors, that this will help. On one particular street, a woman blocked the driveway of a person that was coming out. So the woman that was coming out said to the woman that blocked the driveway, please move out, I gotta get out, I need to go to work. What ended up being was a fist fight that the cops had to be called in order to separate these 2 women. So that is required. The increasing fines is a tool of making sure that people get it. It hurts their pocketbooks, and it helps our police and our traffic cops to be able to do their work. And this thing about, here's my kid, I'm driving through McDonald's, give me back my kid, people got to understand it doesn't work. Park a couple of blocks away, walk to school, walk your kid to school, and away you go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Other speakers? So I do have a motion that I need to move. Staff have asked me to move to clarify. So the no standing parking prohibition, so there's actually, there's 3 different types of standing parking prohibitions. The report that we passed last month, we're about to pass, didn't really, only encompassed or caught one of the 3. So this catches all 3 of them. So I'm moving this on the advice of staff to help clarify the report. Councillor Matlow's motion, I understand the intent, Councillor. I just, once again, in my area, the biggest issue I have around schools, it's speeding, parents doing the drop and run. I think, you know, parents can read the signs and understand them, but I don't have enough police enforcement out there now. I have principals going out directing traffic in front of schools. I raised the example of the high school where it was the school board and the city-owned curling club that kind of hash things out. I'd rather have my police doing the enforcement part of their job and not, as your motion said. So I'm...
By the way, I'm not talking about the Highway Traffic Act enforcement, I'm talking about the...
I get it. I'm with you. I get it. I'm just not with you. All right, so we have,
Could we have it flipped over, please?
so they can't read the motion on that side.
Yeah.
Mike, can we get the motion on this side?
Just on this,
No?
yeah, you have it set.
I can read it.
Yeah, we can print it.
Make them really long.
Answer? I think this, why do we have this type, the overflow in another room? Sorry? Can I get a couple of those?
Yeah. Oh, okay, no problem.
Chair?
All good?
Just
Okay.
A quick question.
Yep.
These are technical amendments in order to satisfy what the request was originally that staff.
Yes.
asked. Okay, fine, we're
Yep.
good.
It says the signage on streets for no standing prohibitions also apply to two other very similar offenses: standing in a passenger loading zone during a prohibited time and standing in a passenger loading zone without loading, unloading passengers. Without increasing the amount for the other two prohibitions, police in the field will be unable to determine if a $60 or $100 penalty amount should apply when conducting enforcement. Okay, all in favor of my motion? Carries unanimously. Councillor Matlow's motion, all in favor? Opposed? And that fails. Item is amended, all in favor? That carries unanimously. All right, next item. GL 6.26, feasibility of a New Year's Eve grace period for permit parking. Councillor Karygiannis, you held it?
I'm good with the chair. I've spoken to staff offline. I just moved staff recommendations, receive it for
Okay,
receipt.
you're moving receipt. Councillor Karygiannis is moving receipt on number 26. All in favor? Carried. And
Tax cap?
run item number 31. Yes. Where'd my sheet go? Thank you. Okay, so just for everybody here, we're on item number 31, which was review of the City of Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 546, licensing of vehicles for hire. Just so everybody understands, so we have a list of deputants. I'll call them out one at a time. The deputants come up here to speak. The way it works at City Hall is each deputant has 5 minutes to speak. Each member of the committee can ask each deputant questions for up to 5 minutes. When all the deputants are done, we move we call it moving it back into committee. So at that point, the deputations are done. Every councillor, including myself, can ask questions of our staff for up to 5 minutes. After we've questioned our staff, then each of us individually can speak for up to 5 minutes on what's before us today, this report, or if we want to make any amendments to the report. So the first deputant is Christine Hubbard from Beck Taxi. Christine Hubbard? Are you Gail Beck-Suter? All right, did you want to speak and then Christine can speak when she gets in? I'm fine with that. And thank you for everybody's patience as we got to this item. And so the clock is up here on the wall over here, which lets everybody know when you get to your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much.
And you can start whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you. My name is Gail Beck-Suter. I'm the president of Beck Taxi. I have been involved in the taxi industry for most of my life. We have seen some regulations, like a roller coaster, a bit over-regulated, now somewhat under-regulated. In 2016, as an owner of a taxi company, and as I think a community-minded corporate citizen, I would have said no to canceling training for drivers. I would have said no to third-party background checks. I would have said no to deregulation. I would have said no to sedans that were not hybrid or fuel efficient, and I would have said no to surge pricing that holds a passenger hostage when demand is high. But we all know what happened in 2016. So today, reflecting on the last 3 years, we have before us a report that does not mention a cap on PTC vehicles. It does not reflect that police background checks could have reduced the more than 12 sexual assaults. In complete contrast to a Ryerson report that is just released today, this report does not recognize any significant increase in congestion. And it does not reflect that training may have cut down on accidents, more than one being fatal. Yet there are about 176,000 PTC trips per day in Toronto. Asked if PTCs were not available, the report suggests that about 1/2, or 88,000 riders, would have taken transit. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm going to have to stop your time for 30 seconds. We're going to have to start over. We don't have quorum. Can I call for a quorum, please?
Okay,
Mantler just walked out.
so quorum for the General Government Licensing Committee, Councillor John Fillion, Councillor Stephen Matlow, and Councillor Jim Karygiannis. Oh, sorry, Councillor Stephen Holiday. It's been a long day.
Give us 5 minutes. Okay, we're just going to have to hold you down for a couple of minutes. We need to make sure that our folks come back in. Give you 5 minutes all over.
I won't start over. That's, I know we're all here for a reason. Anyway, but I think it's important to mention, again, that there are 176,000 PTC trips a day in Toronto. Asked if PTCs were not available, the report suggests that half, or 88,000 riders, would have taken transit. Instead, each day, it takes 88,000 additional vehicles on the road to transport those customers, mostly in the downtown core. Therefore, the TTC, I'm not sure they can afford this, but they're losing 88,000 fares per day, or 20 million in a year. The report also claims that 33,000, or 33% of those riders would have taken taxis instead. So we cannot deny that the impact on a taxi driver's income, with a loss of some 53,000 rides per day, isn't having an effect. I humbly request that this report be sent back with the following recommendations. That all taxis and PTC vehicles be inspected twice each year, not once, that is it's suggesting now, at one of several city-approved inspection sites, no cost to the city. All vehicles for hire drivers be trained by city-approved in-class training courses, perhaps through a school, together with a defensive driving component, no cost to the city. That staff receive from every PTC driver's personal insurer, which is already in the 2016 bylaw, it already allows for this, that the staff receive PTC driver's personal insurance confirmation that the vehicle is being used for commercial purposes. Because I will tell you, we have had from firsthand experience accidents with Uber vehicles and Beck taxis, and the Uber vehicle claims it's on their private time, that they were just driving around downtown, and that it has nothing to do with using it for commercial purposes. This is a big problem. All taxis and PTC vehicles must have a city-approved camera. Cameras are important for cab drivers, definitely, for both the driver and the passenger, and it can be the same for a ride-share vehicle as well. The driver is at risk too. I'm not sure if you've heard, but in New York City, there have been a multitude of what they call high-tech crimes now, where guys get into the Uber vehicle, ask to use the driver's phone, and then with the Uber app open, transfer a bunch of funds out of their account and into their own. So it's for the passenger and the driver's safety. It's absolutely, there's no commercial vehicle that doesn't have one. It's just not done. All sedan taxis and PTC sedan vehicles be fuel efficient and hybrid. I don't know why we're steering away from the hybrid and the fuel efficiency in the sedans. I understand the vans. We've struggled in the taxi industry to keep vans in our company because as they're replaced, they're very difficult. Hybrid or fuel efficient are non-existent for vans. But sedans is simple, and organically, the taxi industry has already gone that way. And to suggest that we have an opportunity to now make 90,000 more vehicles fuel efficient or hybrid, you know, it's a missed opportunity. The city cap the number of PTC vehicles and limit the number on the road at any given time. That's another initiative that Mayor de Blasio is looking at in New York City. They attempted to put the cap on in 2015. They did so last year. He's now going so far. They actually put a congestion tax on to try to relieve the traffic in Manhattan, and now they're looking to work with Uber, who's now threatening to sue them, to limit the number of cars available at any given time in the Manhattan area. We need better enforcement of taxis and PTC vehicles, police background checks for all vehicle for hire drivers. This is so important. Police background checks for the safety of the public. The Accessibility Fund may pay the entire conversion cost. I believe that it should. There's $5 million there. Pay the conversion costs and then incentives to drivers who actually do the on-demand accessible work. And finally, and I know my time's up, TTLs who participate in subsidies should belong to a brokerage with no less than 50 TTLs to really achieve accessible service. A TTL that's in a brokerage with one TTL, if he's at Islington and Bloor, he's not going to make it to Morningside and Shepherd in a reasonable time. So you really need 50 or more to achieve this. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Chair, through you to the Deputant. So what you're proposing today is a number of items, and these items are to do with safety of the public. Would I be correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Can you please just outline those items again, one by one, so if we're not able to catch, we can probably catch them again?
Certainly, I'd be happy to. For the safety of the public, I think that taxis should be inspected twice a year, not the once that's recommended in this report. And I think they should be done at city-appointed locations, city-appointed facilities. All vehicle for hire drivers must be trained, not just put on a 10-minute video and then walk out of the room and when it's done say, yeah, I'm finished. you know, we need in-class training, and a defensive driving course is so necessary. At Centennial College, where our drivers are trained, the defensive driving course is failed a number of times. So they are not then inflicted on the public driving them around.
Sorry to back up, you said taxis should be inspected twice a year.
Yes.
Is that only for taxis, or is it also for?
Taxis and PTC vehicles.
They should be.
Anyone that transports the public. They're taxis too.
You mentioned the fact that you want to have cameras in the vehicle.
Yes,
And this is a camera which would be mounted on a permanent basis, I take it?
it would be permanent, would be one that would be approved by the city. Right now, we have 20, in 98, they mandated cameras. And so they're old, antiquated cameras that have to go to, forensics to be downloaded, where there are new cameras now that could be downloaded, information could be downloaded by the police by an email and
This is
not
not a
hold up the
camera
card.
on PTCs where somebody has a phone and he turns that phone on and has the camera rolling and just recording. You want a permanent camera from the time the person walks into the PTC vehicle or the cab that this camera starts rolling. It's not in the control of the individual, the driver. but
It's for police purposes in the event of a crime.
You also mentioned something about, if I heard you correctly, something about vehicles, hybrids.
Yes, right now, organically, as I say, taxis are mostly hybrids or fuel efficient. It just makes sense. And to miss this opportunity to make 90,000 more sedans hybrid or fuel efficient just seems, you know, it's just sad.
So if we were to say that the PTCs they don't have to be hybrid, would the taxi industry also be in favor of not having hybrid vehicles?
No, you know, when you reduce regulation on us, in 2016, we scrambled to maintain those standards, to maintain as much regulation as we could, and so we would still look for the hybrid cars.
So in order to be ecological friendly, and as the city moves along, we want to have less of a footprint of melting of the polar cap and everything else. What you're suggesting, and you're encouraging today to us, is to make sure that the vehicles, regardless if they're PTCs or cabs, for them to be hybrid.
They should be hybrid. The sedans should be hybrid.
Okay.
I know it's more difficult for the vans.
All right, thank you very much.
Other questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming in today.
Thank you very much for the questions.
Sorry, is Christine Hubbard back in the room?
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Appreciate it.
You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready, and the clock is over there.
Got it. So I don't usually read straight from a piece of paper or something I've written, but in the interest of staying within 5 minutes, because I have so much to say, I'm going to do my best to try to get it all in. I've got it here. So Christine Hubbard, I'm operations manager at Beck Taxi. I've been participating in what seems like an ongoing review since 2011. It's still obviously not done. Government regulation, as we know it, is the minimum standard. I think everyone can agree on that. We know this because participants in a regulated industry are not allowed to do less than the standards set by government, but they can choose to do more. Minimum standards tend to increase when it comes to public safety, accessibility, and environmental protections. Examples include changes to the trucking industry and requirements for technology companies recently. For some reason, the vehicle for hire industry seems to be the only one moving in the opposite direction. The existing bylaw and this report being reviewed today make that clear. In 1998, a review was initiated as a result of concern regarding vehicle safety and driver training directly related to public and worker safety. The City of Toronto realized that there was a lack of municipal oversight. Logically, the minimum standard was raised. Vehicle inspections had to be done at the city's inspection facility on Eastern Avenue every 6 months, including a mechanical and condition of vehicle inspection. Age of vehicles was cut in half, and a 17-day course was introduced to anyone who wanted to be licensed not just to drive, because there is a difference. This is not your provincial driver's license, but to cruise Toronto streets, navigating bike lane infrastructure, approaching curbside consistently. Sensitivity and accessibility training, along with knowing how to get to important locations like hospitals, You know, this is necessary as representatives of our city. Mandatory refresher training was required every few years as well. This is the kind of policy that protects people, riders, drivers, cyclists, pedestrians, and other road users. None of this came at any cost to the city. In fact, it created jobs for city employees under a model of cost recovery paid for by the very people who were being licensed. In 2016, in the name of so-called innovation, the clock was turned back on these items to pre-1998. Training canceled, inspection station closed, in favor of what they had found substandard previously, back to basic safety certificates, and even worse than before, now we just send a photograph or a scanned image of that safety certificate. The bar has been lowered. Somehow the minimum standard on safety and public protection has been lowered further by this report when it comes to, you know, again, safety, but also the environment. The city has set goals for lowering emissions, and rather than apply the environmental requirement for sedans, for taxi sedans, to all vehicles for hire, instead they've removed it from those that were actually mandated in the first place. I mean, leveling the playing field, let's just not even use that term anymore. We know that's out the window, so let's just not. I'm stunned. I'm stunned by this report, I have to admit. It's vague at best. Things like training being mentioned, but without any clarification. I understand that PTC companies are looking for the path of least resistance. That is evidence, you know, there's evidence everywhere to support that. But defensive driving has to be learned in a car. Safety and human rights related training has to be done in person. If customer service is online, that's fine. I know it took them long enough to even allow tips in their app, so, you know, if they want to lose that, that's fine. What is down to the penny here is the wheelchair accessibility strategy. This piece seems to be very in-depth, while everything else is hardly mentioned. During consultations, we were told that a cap on the number of vehicles was being reviewed. It's happening now in New York City, not even mentioned in this report. For the accessibility strategy, I must say, you know, I don't call myself a numbers person, but the math just doesn't work out. To my knowledge, there are 550 TTL or wheelchair accessible licenses and a budget collected strictly from the members of this industry at $5 million a year outlines $2,800 for each operator with the opportunity for an additional $1,800. This is less than half of the amount being collected. Less than half of the amount being collected. Where's the rest of this money going? I went to the accessibility consultations along with TTL driver consultations, and at every meeting, there was a discussion of the idea that TTL vehicles were not being utilized properly. Hundreds of them either working independently as standard cabs or part of brokerages that had no platform for connection. It's widely agreed by members of the disabled community, advocates and attendants, that people should have access to all TTL vehicles, perhaps through an app where orders for this service would take priority. People would be well served by this. Instead, there's a fund that doesn't begin to answer any of the problems. The vehicles are falling apart. We heard from drivers and riders that they're not comfortable in the vehicles. Here's the problem. The strategy will fail. Total destabilization of this service is what I see in this report. Even if they get the maximum amount allowable, it's not enough for them to replace those vehicles, and they're not going to do it. There's also no mention of wheelchair accessible training in this report. It doesn't make any sense. It's not strong enough. I'm asking it for this report to be taken back for clarification. The accessibility strategy looks generous on the cover, but it's not. The training, you know, it's just mentioned with no detail. Lack of interest in the environment is frankly atrocious, and the safety in PTC vehicles by way of no need for cameras. So instead, we'll re-victimize victims by working with the he said, she said scenario. Having Toronto, PTC companies will sign a waiver that holds Toronto innocent in any of these situations. So I read that as well.
Sorry,
Please take a
Christine, I
chance
need you
to
to
look at
wrap
the
up.
Ryerson report that was released today as well.
Thank you. Questions to the deputant? So I just wanted, sorry, no question to the deputant? So I just wanted to ask for the percentage of vehicles that are wheelchair accessible.
Right.
So right now, my understanding is, so the taxi cab fleet's about 13%. PTCs are 0.042.
Yeah.
And limousines are at 0.
Yeah, I think there was an update that was released a couple of days ago that it's actually 8 to 11% instead of 13. Did I read that, Carlton? I think there was an adjustment to the, anyway.
Yeah, so
Yes.
would you,
Yeah.
from Beck Taxi's perspective, what's an acceptable level? Is 13%? acceptable
I
for
absolutely.
all three categories,
So
or?
if, for example, if you look at our fleet, we've got about, 1,900 vehicles altogether, but 145 are TTL or wheelchair on demand. We still struggle to reach that on-demand equitable service, and it's not easy. And what we're doing now, so for every time we dispatch a wheelchair accessible trip, we're subsidizing the first $10 of that trip. So we're of course charging the customer the same amount as they'd pay in a standard taxi, but we're also paying them an additional $10 because we know this system is not sustainable. But worse than that, in the winter, and there's one of our hopefully present, but I think past customers here who waited, and we couldn't get that wheelchair accessible vehicle, except the fact that there are 500 of them around the city. If we had access to all of those, we'd have no problem. The idea that it's compartmentalized into different companies who are each working with 100 here, 100 there, it's completely inefficient, it's completely unfair. I'd say that, the idea in the beginning that we would have a pool of all these vehicles so that people would actually be able to access the accessible vehicles makes sense. And there's no mention of that. Every meeting I went to, we all talked about it. Everyone seemed to believe that that would be a path forward, and that would be what's, the most equitable way forward, not even mentioned in the report.
Okay, all right.
So 13% is enough, but they all have to be able to be accessed. There are hundreds of them operating as though they're independent cabs right now, not doing any wheelchair accessible work, or are parts of, as the last applicant said, members of a 5-vehicle brokerage. Come on. Nobody's accessing that. They're not helping anyone. So the idea that they aren't part of, still maintain those smaller connections. If someone wants to drive with Beck Taxi, but the priority would be those trips coming through that app or what have you, so that people can access all of the vehicles, not just, they shouldn't have to call 6 different companies and hope that one shows up.
Right, and I can go to the Yellow Pages and call a company that will come and pick me up that's not a licensed taxi cab.
That's right. Yeah, and then so the alternative is an unregulated, unlicensed, uninspected, who knows what. But if that's the only company that can do that work, they're going to use it because they don't have the choice. And the idea that we don't offer people choice is frightening.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, the deputy? Nope, okay, thank you very much. Next is Cheryl Hawks. Good afternoon. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Ready, set, go. Okay. My name is Cheryl Hawks, and my 28-year-old son, Nicholas Cameron, was killed in March 2018 while traveling to Pearson Airport in an Uber vehicle. Over the past 15 months, my family and I have campaigned for meaningful, in-class, in-car driver training and testing for all rideshare drivers. And we've shared our story a lot. I've spoken to many people: police, prosecutors, victim services officials, taxi, limo drivers, rideshare passengers of all ages. I'm on a Facebook page for rideshare drivers in Toronto, and I've really learned a lot about their reality. I've met with Uber officials on 2 occasions. That wasn't any fun. I've spoken to transportation ministries officials in British Columbia, where they are working to bring in ride sharing, but with very strict safety provisions and facing a lot of opposition. It worries me that strong support for safety training could easily be eroded by the kind of intense lobbying councillors were subjected to here prior to the 2016, when you eliminated training altogether in the vehicle for hire sector. I worry about lobbying, not the fact of it, but the sheer volume and the lopsided nature. I know how dedicated Uber and Lyft are to making sure things go their way. They're going to have their thumbs in your eyes in the months leading up to a vote on this revised bylaw. And they're going to tell you, and I've heard that this happens, and I understand that it's called lobbying on steroids. They're going to tell you and your officials exactly how they want things worded, and they're going to push back and push back when you don't get it right. Uber and Lyft have been huge public relations success stories, but they are, by all accounts, economic disasters. Both firms have posted losses consistently and cannot predict when or if they'll ever be profitable. A recent article in the San Francisco Chronicle says the company's models are financially unsustainable because customers do not pay the full cost of services provided, which means someone else picks up the tab. In many cases, that's the broader public and the economy. Uber has warned that fares will go up with safety training. In truth, fares are going to go up anyway as a result of these companies going public. Shareholders want profits, and Uber doesn't have any, not until the real cost of a ride is reflected in the price of a ride. And by then, we may have handed over control of too much of our entire transportation system. Uber has something like 16 in-house lobbyists registered at City Hall, and the lobbyist registry shows pages and pages of records of contacts just on a single issue. I found records of 117 pages of tiny little print like this on one issue of contacts. How can any of us compete with that kind of FaceTime with counselors, that kind of access, and that kind of determination full-time, all day, every day, to get this done? Rideshare drivers must be required to take a course before they are permitted to drive the public for money. And that course must include in-car defensive driving training. The training council approves must be real safety training, not some anonymous, remote, online exercise that someone's relative or friend could easily do for them instead. That is essential. And serious consideration must be given to a cap on the number of PTC permits issued, just as they've done in New York City. Right now, there are more than 90,000 rideshare drivers licensed by the city, and each of those drivers comes with a car. Bringing more and more drivers on stream is a revenue generator for Uber and Lyft, but it hurts existing drivers and clogs our street. The MLS report is a good start to bringing ride-sharing into a stronger regulatory setting, but many aspects of it are timid and vulnerable to negotiation and compromise. There is no mention of the scourge of sexual harassment and sexual assault in ride-hailing vehicles, something that police and victim services officials identified to me when Nick was killed as a chronic problem with Uber and Lyft. Short shrift is given to the critical issue of congestion management, to mechanical fitness, to the specific delivery method of any recommended training. This has to be embedded in the legislation. On June 8, just a couple of weeks ago, a 32-year-old woman traveling with her husband in an Uber was killed on the 401 when the rideshare vehicle reportedly plowed into a line of slowed cars. Nick's death was not a unique occurrence. It's time for Toronto to make up some rules of our own and make our roads safer. I appeal to our council to lead other Canadian cities in how we handle this issue here. They are watching us. Please don't help Uber and Lyft achieve their corporate goals over the goals of a livable city. For my son's sake and the sake of the friends and family and the beautiful city he left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the deputant. I want to thank you for coming to see us today. My condolences for your loss, and my prayers are with you. It's not easy to lose a child. Would you just to elaborate on this? The driver that was the Uber driver, was he from Toronto or was he from somebody that was out of town, didn't know the area?
I'm confused about that myself. He had an Ottawa address, as does his brother, who is an Uber driver. Somebody suggested that sometimes an address in a smaller city where the insurance rates are lower may have been a motivation. Somebody said that he'd only been driving for Uber for a couple of days.
Did he have a ridership insurance to cover, like his insurance?
They have.
No, not the Uber insurance. Was his insurance aware that he was
He
driving
had
for Uber?
personal insurance. I have no idea.
So your conversation with Uber, I'm not sure if you, lawsuit or anything like that, maybe something you don't want to answer. Has Uber told you what the situation is coming out of it? I mean, if there's insurance that would pay for your son's loss?
That's all being handled by
Lawyer?
lawyers at this point. Yeah.
If the individual had training, mandatory training, do you believe that your son will still be alive today?
No, I can't say that. I can just say that I know that everything was done to prevent that possibility. People still die in car accidents.
Let me rephrase the question. Would your sons have a better chance of, have survived if the Uber driver had those 5 days or 6 days of defensive driving that is prescribed within the industry?
In the case of this particular driver, knowing the story from the front door to the time of the crash, which involved going east to the airport instead of west, stopping in a live lane of traffic, pulling out into ongoing traffic without signaling or looking, I would say that maybe there would be a very good chance that this driver would never have been signed up with Uber if it had in-car training. They would have observed his incompetence.
So having the camera in the car, a mandatory camera, the same thing as in a taxi cab, that would certainly be able to tell us what happened in the cab where your son was in.
Exactly, because the only witness really in that accident was my son's girlfriend, and she was concussed and knocked out temporarily. So when she came to, she really wasn't 100% sure what, I mean, she was stunned, and my son was dead beside her.
I'm sorry if I didn't catch the time frame. When did this accident happen? Was it in?
March 21, 2018, 15 months ago.
So March 21,
18,
2018.
yeah, a year ago, March.
Was the day, was there a lot of snow on the ground? Was it?
No, just cold, dry winter weather,
Could the,
3:30 in the morning,
sorry, what time in the morning?
3:30 in the
3:30 in the morning. Could the fact that the vehicle did not have snow tires, could that have been a factor?
I don't think so, sir.
But should all the vehicles that are driving people around, should they have, I mean, vehicles for hire, should they have snow tires on them to make sure that people go home safe?
You know, this is totally a personal question. Like, obviously, I think that snow tires are an asset to driving, even in the city, even in this weather particularly. If I were doing it professionally, I would expect it. It's a safety mechanism. For me personally, as a driver, it is a safety mechanism. I just drive myself around and my grandchildren.
My last question to you, I understand that this happened during the night, so it doesn't really affect, but there was a report that came out today from Ryerson that says there's too many Uber drivers out there.
Totally.
Do you think that we should put a cap on the number of Uber drivers that are floating around?
Absolutely. My neighbors, you know, I'm on a few of these neighborhood listservs. People complain about the rideshare drivers, you know, somebody alone in a car staring into their cell phone, parked along, in this case, Bloor Street, parked partially in bike lanes sometimes. And cab drivers that I talk to say, yes, you see them all the time. You can see them all along the side of the road. You know, they're out there too. The drivers are out there for hours and hours at a time, and they may not necessarily be taking fares at all times. And the more drivers there are out there, the more, you know, this sort of anybody can join sort of thing where you spend a few minutes on an app is destructive to the livelihoods of the people that are working, a congestion problem, and an environmental problem.
My last question, have you read the report, and do you think that the report answers the questions that you're raising, or should there's more work that needs to be done in order to answer the questions that we have in general regarding safety, the report that staff have written?
I think there are omissions in the report. I was surprised that sexual harassment was left out because that is a big issue. I think there are gaps, and I think that there's more work that needs to be done with that report. It's just too weak somehow. It's too loose.
Thank you again, and sorry for your loss, ma'am.
Thank you. Other questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming in this afternoon. Next on the list is Erla Phillips. Good afternoon. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman, committee members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here and speak with you. I am here on behalf of the drivers, the rideshare drivers, to put a face, to put a voice. I am also a member of a community of over 10,000 drivers on social media. I'm an admin of a group of drivers that number over 4,000 and member of other groups that number well over 10,000. The vast majority of drivers agree that safety training is important, so most of us support that. We also are the ones that are on the street experiencing uncapped numbers of drivers on the road. Drivers have been impacted more than this report reflects. Most drivers didn't even know that there was a study being conducted and that their opinions were valuable to providing City Council with valuable information to make decisions from. Most of us also agree to having dash cams in our vehicles. I've had a dash cam for almost 2 years, and it has proved valuable, not just for protecting passengers, but also for protecting myself, a victim of sexual harassment by a rider in my vehicle. But having city-mandated cameras similar to taxis, most of us disagree on that point because these are personal vehicles that only go into operation as a commercial vehicle when we decide to work. Having 24/7 monitoring in our private time is something that most drivers disagree with. But probably the most important thing that I came here for was to support a cap on the number of drivers that are on the road. Numerous parties support this. Numerous parties have asked for it, but there is no mention of it in this report, and I think it needs to go back for review. People in the rideshare community, the vast majority of them want to serve the public in a safe way and want to make sure that they can do that within the regulations. Capping drivers is an important part of that. Right now, we have drivers that are working full-time. They cap out at 12 hours. If they haven't made enough money, they can turn a competing app on and drive another 12 to 14 hours on that app also. That creates dangerous situations with drivers that are exhausted. That is not acceptable. The numbers of drivers that are out there right now has changed the reality for so many, and I'd like to highlight a driver for an example. I know her personally. She is a single mother of 3 children. She supports her family doing rideshare full-time for more than a year. But she used to work only 8 hours a day. Over the last 8 months, she's had to increase her time on the road to cap out 12 hours on Uber and then open her Lyft app just to be able to make the same kind of money that she made a year ago. I have screenshots right now. I wasn't able to supply some examples for you. I had some tech issues. But there are drivers right now on the road for 8 hours and they get one ride, $11, or less than $50 in fares, gross fares, in 8 or 9 hours. We've been severely impacted by having the uncapped ability to put as many drivers on the road as possible. And I'm here to request that you consider taking it back and revising this report to include a cap.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Karygiannis, you had a question?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the deputy, and I want to thank you for coming today, and sorry to hear that this woman has to work 14, 15 hours in order to make a living. Certainly, this is not what Uber and Lyft sold us back a couple of years back. Would I be correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that I'm not sure if you had an opportunity to read the report, certainly was circulated, a report done by Ryerson today, that there's got to be a cap on the amount of drivers for PTC, Uber, Lyft, and whatever else that are out there.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
What would you think the cap should be? I mean,
You know, this has elicited a lot of discussion in the rideshare driver community across Facebook and, you know, in personal conversations. And everybody has a different take on what would happen if a cap was introduced. I'm simply asking, a lot of us are asking not to issue any new PTC licenses. Cap out, we're over 90,000 drivers out there right now, and 53% of them don't even live in the city of Toronto.
So at any given point in time, would you expect to have 10, 15, 20,000 PTC drivers out there? What would you expect?
I would say it's probably close to that, although at the meetings that were conducted over the last year, the first round of meetings, an Uber rep claimed that at a peak time there was a maximum of 5,000 drivers, but this report claims that Uber Canada said there's only 3,500 drivers on the road at any peak time. I've been driving for almost 4 years, and I can tell you that is not the case. There's a lot more drivers.
What they're telling us is not, it's probably half-truth, and they got to add the extra half in order to make it a full
I think
truth.
is a number just pulled out of the ether. You know, one of the recommendations in this Ryerson report was that additional metrics need to be included in the reporting to the city so that you can use that data, and I think that kind of thing, hourly numbers of drivers on the road, things like deadhead hours and kilometers, the information in that report is valuable, and I think that the city needs to look at having that.
Would you agree that, I mean, PTCs right now are starting to become almost like tax cabs?
Yes.
Okay, so therefore, what's good for the tax cab should also be responsible for PTCs, in order to make sure that, one, you have vehicles that are emission-friendly, two, to make sure that we have snow tires on your vehicle as well as the tax cab, and you mentioned something about a camera. Would it be fair to say that, I understand that your vehicle is used for private use, but would it be fair to say that there should be a camera that's attached in there, that once you log on to your PTC, that camera immediately starts rolling in order to make sure that you're safe? And should somebody do something to you, or vice versa, or you know, another driver, PTC driver, does something to a female or a male, that there's the opportunity for the police to capture that should be available?
And I agree with your point, but because we're driving for private transportation companies, the drivers often need that information to back them up on claims by the public of inappropriate behavior or bad driving or, you know, just unsafe situations. I've already had to use my data to protect myself.
Okay.
If it's a city-mandated camera that we don't have access to, then there's no defense against these for drivers.
No, but I mean, like, if there was a means of, as soon as you log on, that camera on your vehicle immediately starts rolling, and it's not something that will go against your data, because, you know, for you to have your data to capture the images for like half an hour ride, that'd be a heck of a lot of money. I mean, you're already not making any money. You're already being used and abused. But if that camera was in there, something that the Uber or Lyft were to pay for, and immediately as soon as you log on, it starts rolling, would that be something that you feel safe with?
Tens of thousands of us already have dash cams. I have one of the best dash cams that are out there, and they're
Right.
not that expensive.
Okay, but those dash cams are something that you put on and you take off.
No,
not-
mine is in my car 24/7 and turns on the minute I turn on the ignition.
Right, but it could be erased. This is there to protect you.
But see, I personally, I protect the data myself.
Right, but not everybody would protect the data
I
the right
realize
way.
that. The big concern for drivers would be that they're being recorded when they're not providing services.
Sorry,
No, but, and that's what I,
Counselor, you're,
sorry, just lastly, that's why I say, you turn on your app, the camera starts rolling. Okay, thank you.
thank you. Any other questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming in today. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
The next deputant is Andrew Reedy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right,
My name is Andy Rati. This is my 53rd year in this business, foremost originally as a driver, then as a proud investor of a taxi cab business, which at the time was allegedly to be my pension. I'm 77 years old. My pension currently is earning me this much of a pension or income. My deputation is on behalf of an organization, but I just wanted to give you a little bit of a background. During those 53 years, I too drove 14, 15, 16 hours a day because I wanted to pay off my obligation. And I was young enough and capable enough, and I did it with pride. I don't want to hear anybody come here and crying to you that they have to work because you guys made a mistake. You issued a license to steal from me and my friends. Make no mistake about it. Uber and Lyft are taxis. Look up in the Excise Tax Act. So, my deputation is on behalf of all Toronto, all taxi owners and operators, ATOOL. First and foremost, we request this committee not to accept this report in its current format. Please send it back to staff for corrections and improvements. If you do send it back, we will be delighted and happy to work with you, if need be, on a clause-by-clause, paragraph-by-paragraph. We know the business. With all due respect, this report does not indicate that whoever wrote this report understands an iota of the taxi or transportation business. This report is full of inaccuracies and misleading information. If you accept this report, it will put an excessive burden on an already overwhelmed taxi industry. We hope that you will make the correction. Additionally, we would like to point out that some recommendations in this review were not even on the agenda. I happen to have a copy of the agenda from the March 15 meeting. At the time, Carlton Grant, who was not the executive director, to his credit, took over 80 people's concern and he made a list of it. I don't see any of that in this report. Interestingly enough, Councilor Karygiannis hit one of the items right on the head. We requested an issuing formula. Your issuing formula existed up until 1998, when helter-skelter you issued 1,503 ambassador permits. By the way, during my 53 years, I am very proud to tell you that I was one of only 4 industry-experienced instructors at the ambassador schools. And I can't tell you for sure, but I like to say that not one of the graduates from that ambassador school has killed anybody. But that's another story. Now, of the many things that are wrong with this report, I'm going to focus on number 63, which is the most important to me and my family. Item 63, and I quote, add a provision to require that a vehicle be registered with municipal licensing and standards for use as a taxi cab as a condition of renewing a taxi cab owner's license. Carlton Grant took the note when we asked relief from the annual renewal fee. This is not a relief. This is relieving me of my life's investment. This is confiscating. This is out and out highway robbery. If you go through with this, there'll be no cab business left. So, our understanding is that currently there are upwards of 700 taxi licenses that are unable to service the public due to shortage of drivers. This new proposal will confiscate, expropriate 700 or perhaps as many as 1,000. You are asking me and my fellow cab owners to provide a vehicle with insurance, provide equipment, and pay for a renewal fee in addition to the $998 that I am already paying. This is due to the situation that you created in 2016 this exercise today was to review that. In your report, out of the 79 points, you have 43 additional items, 15 amended items, 1 deleted items, 2 items authorizing, 7 items removing, and 3 items which is to define, and 34 to remove. That doesn't seem like a review to me. That seems like a manifesto. So if your plan is to rob us blind, my request is don't even think about it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Questions of the deputant?
In the 53 years, I never had a question.
Sorry, I have a question for you, Andrew.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, so could you just explain to me, so you said item number 63?
Yes.
That if the vehicle has to be registered with our licensing department as a taxi cab, it'll destroy the industry. Can you explain that to me?
Absolutely. The current definition of a taxi cab is it's a vehicle, a license, and equipment, needless to say, with insurance.
Right.
Currently, my 2 children own 2 plates that I originally had in my name, but I transferred it to my children's name, including the fact that my daughter is permanently handicapped. She couldn't make a living. She cannot work. So indeed, it was to be the pension. At this stage, we are currently not able to have the vehicle on the road because there are no drivers for these 3 vehicles, mine, my children, and my children. So if I read this correctly, and I am reasonably good at reading, I'm not so good at speaking without an accent, but reading I'm fairly good at.
You're doing fine.
Thank you. That means that the $980 some odd dollars that I'm paying currently will require for me an additional investment of a vehicle, which could be anywhere from $20,000 to $40,000, equipment, meaning meter, roof light, etc., and of course insurance. Today, insurance can run anywhere from $7,000 to $15,000. I don't think that we are looking at a measly $2,000, $3,000 in addition to the $980 that I'm paying for a renewal. I will be required to put additional expenses. Now, I said to you, I am a businessman. I may be crazy to have entered the cab business, but I'm not stupid to pay $40,000 for an investment that is giving me 0 return.
Right. So your reading of number 63.
63.
It has to be registered, your vehicle has to be registered as a cab.
That's what the staff
And it always has to look like a cab.
That's what the staff came up with. And by the way, this is what I call the Uber magic, because this appeared magically out of nowhere in exactly the same manner as Uber appeared on your final report in 2016. I attended every single workshop, consultation. Uber was never, ever on the agenda. Neither was this.
Right.
This was not on any one of your agendas.
Okay, because now, like, I can drive around my neighborhood now, and I can see a car once in a while. It doesn't have the sign on the roof, but it has the license on the trunk. So I know that that's a cab when it's being used for business, but otherwise they're driving it for personal or family reasons. Correct? So you're saying that that will change with 63?
I'm not sure if I follow you, but if your question is, are you allowed to drive a vehicle with a plate on the back? I have no idea whether it's a Toronto plate or a Mississauga plate or, for all intents and purposes, an Ottawa plate. Number one. Number two, all PTC vehicles, PCT vehicles are supposed to have an identification. We know that they do not.
Right.
And number three, most importantly, give it some rational thought. We had a limited number of taxis serving a limited number of people. You can only cut that pie so much. Now, today, we have close to 6,000 licensed vehicles, taxi, limousine, wheelchair, and close to 80,000 unlicensed thieves. How do you expect anybody to make a living?
Okay, all right. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Sorry, it's your lucky day, Andrew. You have another question.
Oh, wow.
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you for speaking to us. So I'm intrigued because I wrote down number 63, and while I was looking that up, Councillor Ainsley asked about it. I just want to go a bit deeper to understand. So you have some plates. How many plates do you have?
I have one, my children have one each.
So 3, and you talked to us about the 2 that your children have. So if I've read this rule correctly, number 63, it means that in order to renew those plates, and if I get it wrong, tell me.
Yeah.
In order to renew those plates, you have to make sure that there's a vehicle registered. So you've got yours, and you mentioned that one of your kids is not operating the vehicle. So how does it work? Well, why are you concerned that there isn't going to be,
Okay.
that there's not a car registered to that?
Okay, just a clarification. I'm not sure what you mean operating, but neither one of us, not one of the 3 of us, is operating a taxi either by driving it or managing it. We are connected to a brokerage who gives us a management service. This brokerage at the moment cannot provide us the drivers to make these cars run on the road. Now, I'll give you exactly a good example. My son's renewal is coming up in September. If council on July 16, by the way, that's my birthday, happy birthday to me, passes this garbage, then my son will be forced to spend anywhere from $20,000 to $40,000 for the privilege of having his cab stand in front of his apartment, or I suggested for him to park it in front of Scarborough licensing office for safekeeping.
Okay, so, but you've also said that you've got 3 plates. You're not.
3 in the family.
Right, you're not directly driving the cars
77, I
yourself.
think I earned my keep, yeah.
But you've got a brokerage helping you with that, right? That's how it works. The brokerage connects the plate with a driver.
It's a normal business arrangement.
Understood. So are there scenarios where you have a plate, but you don't have a car operating? Is that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm just trying to understand why it's a problem that, wouldn't you always have a car operating under the plate? Otherwise, the plate's just losing money. It's just sitting there doing nothing.
Exactly. What business person would have a losing proposition? There's no business that can remain in business without generating a profit.
Right.
So in the 53 years that I have been in it, and I followed the industry quite closely. I had numerous capacities. I was a customer service manager. As I said, I was an instructor. And I have been a debutant here for well over 3 decades. So I'm reasonably familiar with the ins and outs of the industry. We had never, ever had this many plates sitting on the shelf. And by the way, there is no requirement for the plate to be sitting on a shelf. It could be sitting on somebody's desk until renewal time. So
Okay.
at this moment, we are told that the official number, correct me, Mr. Grant, if I'm wrong, is 560 sitting on a shelf officially. It could be as many as 1,000 because people may not have actually handed it over to the MLC.
But for the 3 plates that are in your family, are they associated with vehicles at this point in time?
No, they are not. I can't afford it. If I have a vehicle, I have to have insurance.
No, that's what the regulation is proposing. But
No,
you've
that's
got
the
a
current,
bro-
the current regulation.
Okay, but
I
you-
cannot have a vehicle without insurance.
But you're using a brokerage to maximize those plates, right? To have somebody else drive a car.
I would dearly love to have somebody drive the car, but nobody can magically appear with drivers. Thanks to the 2016 reforms, we lost a tremendous amount of drivers.
So if I got this right, that you're paying to renew the plate each year and nobody's driving under those 3 plates that are within your family?
I am not renewing that plate if you are going to ask me compel me, force me to put a vehicle on it. I will be walking away from that plate, and then I'll see you in court.
Okay, but you didn't answer the question, though. But so you have 3 plates, and they're with brokers. Are they currently associated with cars out there, or are they sitting, as you said,
It's
on
an
the shelf?
entirely separate situation, okay? The brokerage is nothing but a dispatch service. It's a fee for service. At this moment, if you want to call a taxi, you can call a taxi company, and they will dispatch your call to the closest car. That's all the brokerage does. It's a fee for service. Everything else, it's an additional item, a business arrangement. So for me, for a number of years, it was a good arrangement. My company had provided a management, they provided the driver, and they provided me with an income. Since 2016, it came to a screeching halt.
Okay, all right. Other questions of the deputant? Seeing them? Thank you very much, sir.
I thank you.
Appreciate your time this afternoon. Next is Nabil Al Khalif for representing EGO. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Sure. I can hook up my computer here. I just have one slide.
Yep, not a problem.
I guess I can't. I'll
Sorry?
just speak from my notes.
There'll be a gentleman to come over and help you.
I can start off while you're helping. I'm just looking for an HDMI. So while he's helping me, I'll just introduce myself. My name is Nabil Al Khafif. I am a former rideshare driver. I'm also founder and CEO of a company called EGO. We are a PTC in the final stages of licensing, and we hope and plan to launch operations in the City of Toronto later this year. I want to take the opportunity to thank the committee for allowing me to speak briefly today, and I want to congratulate the staff members and the people over at MLS for all their hard work bringing the bylaw into existence. I know there's a lot of players with a lot of points of view, and it's a hot room, so I just want to thank you for my 5 minutes. I have 3 points that I'd like to bring up that are related primarily to the financial matters of running a PTC business here in Toronto, and I hope the council will entertain them. The first thing I'd like to bring to the committee's attention is the fact that the PT space in Toronto is dominated, if not monopolized, by 2 foreign-controlled companies who everybody knows, namely Uber and Lyft. These 2 countries have created, for what all intents and purposes should be called an oligopoly. They have identical pricing, identical services, identical payment models, the same drivers. They have massive financial resources, significant technical infrastructure, a sizable head start, which they gained in the city by one would argue is questionable means. Not to mention, and perhaps most importantly, they have progressively squeezed the driver down to the point where most of them are no longer making a livable minimum wage. The combination of these circumstances has made it very hard for any type of Canadian PTC company to emerge in the market. Already there have been several competitors who have tried and failed rather markedly. And I think that given these circumstances, it would make sense for this committee and for City Council to consider incentives that would help Canadian PTC companies to compete in the industry. These incentives could take the forms of rebates, discounts, exemptions from fees, or it could take other forms. But regardless of the solution, I think it would be beneficial to the local ecosystem for us to provide some sort of support to Canadian companies hoping to enter this market. We have no lack in ability or technical expertise. On the contrary, we are at the forefront of technical innovation here in this city. I think it's a real disappointment that we're depending on American corporations to facilitate local transportation services in a space where there's no need to do that. Canadians just took over the NBA. I think we can take over the PTC space. Second point I'd like to raise, and I'll just direct you to the slide I'm about to bring up. So, sorry, this, can you, oh, it's good, it's good.
Okay.
So this is a slide that was provided to me by MLNS, and it basically depicts how trips are, I guess, processed or interpreted by the city. And currently, any type of pool trip where multiple passengers share a single ride is billed by the city as a single trip regardless of the number of passengers, so long as one passenger remains in the vehicle at all times. So this means that 5 or 6 or 7 or theoretically an infinite number of passengers could be getting in at different pickups, getting dropped off at different destinations, and yet at the end of that series of trips, the PTC only pays one fee of 30 cents to the city. I think this is contrary to the intention of the per-trip fee structure and means that the city is losing significant revenue. Also, the PTC is charging each rider a service fee, so the savings, if there are any, are not being passed down to the passenger, and they most certainly are not being passed down to the driver, who, on the contrary, the driver experiences drivers often complain, of the exploitative nature of pool trips, where they receive a significantly reduced hourly wage relative to private trips. So nobody likes this other than the passenger. And if we are going to do pool trips, and I believe we should for economical reasons, we have to look into a way that is fair to the passenger, to the driver, and to the city, not just to the PTC. So I'd urge council to look into this, the way these trips are processed, and I would suggest that we bill a separate trip for each unique destination that a passenger is on. The third brief point that I'd like to make is regarding capping the number of licenses. And we also agree, EGO, we agree that that's a good idea. It's something we're doing ourselves because as a driver, that's something I experienced firsthand, was the decrease in demand to the point that I was sitting around sometimes for up to an hour with no fare. But if we are going to cap PTC licenses in the city, we have to be very careful about how we do that, and again, make sure we create a level playing field for Canadian competitors and not just solidify a monopoly that basically Uber already has in place. So those are my 3 points. I thank you for your time, and I urge you to consider what I've brought up today.
Thank you very much. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming in this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Next on the list, I have April Mims from Lyft. Looking for April Mims representing Lyft. Good afternoon. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of council. I would like to begin by recognizing we are on the traditional territory of the Wendat, the Anishibeg, the Haudenosaunee, the Métis, and the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nation. Today, this meeting place is still the home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to meet on this land. My name is April Mims, and I'm pleased to join you as Lyft's Director of Public Policy. I appreciate the opportunity to share Lyft's experience and industry expertise as the committee considers the staff report on amendments to the ride-sharing bylaw in Toronto. Lyft has actively participated in both phases of the public consultation process, and we've appreciated the active engagement of members and staff and the council throughout. Since 2017, Lyft has operated in Toronto as a licensed PTC under the Vehicles for Hire bylaw. Throughout that time, we've worked closely with the municipal licensing and standards to ensure the highest levels of compliance. Under these bylaws, we've been proud to deliver on the commitment of ride-sharing to Torontonians, flexible transportation options that help people get around at a competitive price. We do recognize the need to continually evaluate and improve the regulatory structure governing PTCs in Toronto, and we therefore appreciate the recommendations that have been advanced by staff to accomplish this goal. As we consider these recommendations here today, I think it's important for us to reflect on how peer-to-peer ride-sharing operates and what distinguishes the technology from other providers. In 2012, Lyft became the first company in the world to establish peer-to-peer on-demand ride-sharing. Lyft now operates in all 50 states, as well as the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area and Ottawa, our first markets outside of the United States. Lyft's peer-to-peer ride-sharing model aims to enhance access to transportation alternatives, support and supplement existing public transportation services, and reduce single-occupancy vehicle trips, assisting Toronto in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, each day, the #1 pickup and drop-off point for Lyft trips in Toronto is Union Station, demonstrating the way ride-sharing connects Torontonians to transit. Lyft is also committed to the safety of its users. In any jurisdiction, Lyft drivers are extensively pre-screened and have passed a thorough driver record review, in addition to having their vehicle pass a comprehensive vehicle inspection. Our focus on safety and security continues through the Lyft experience. Every ride is protected by Lyft's commercial automobile liability coverage, which protects riders and drivers throughout the ride. What really distinguishes Lyft from traditional for-hire transit services is how we utilize technology to enhance a safe riding experience. Every Lyft ride is GPS tracked. When a ride is matched with a driver via Lyft, the rider receives a picture and the user rating of the driver and the make and model of the vehicle coming to pick them up. Lyft's user rating system allows a rider to provide instant feedback on safety, navigation, and overall ride experience. Drivers are also able to rate riders and flag abusive or dangerous situations. Lyft generally supports additional measures this council may consider providing drivers and riders, whether rideshare or legacy industry, with additional public education tools and safety information. We also recognize that council is interested in the development of a driver training program for drivers using PTC applications. While we are constantly working to ensure safe and reliable rides, for the reasons discussed, we believe that a driver training requirement could be redundant and, if poorly executed, would have the unintended result of increasing both prices and wait times for riders in Toronto. In order to avoid these unintended consequences, we strongly urge the committee to adopt new requirements along the following parameters. First, any PTC driver training should be made available to all drivers in a way that's easy to access. Part of the value of ride sharing is that drivers can apply and drive based on their own schedule. In-person training could reduce that flexibility, impacting both rider availability and flexible earning options for drivers. It's important to remember that 2/3 of Lyft drivers drive less than 15 hours a week. They are casual drivers who don't fall within the traditional livery or taxi framework. The Lyft community is made up of retirees, single moms, graduate students, folks trying to get around, and families simply trying to make ends meet. Secondly, training must be transferable, as the concepts of driving safety do not vary from platform to platform or from for-hire industry to for-hire industry. An applicant who has completed training for one PTC or for another provider regulated by the bylaw should be deemed to have fulfilled the driver training requirement. Third, PTCs should retain the flexibility to design and provide the training directly to drivers or to rely on third parties to do so. Fourth, training should be one time only, as applicants to PTC platforms that have previously completed the training should be considered compliant. Finally, it must be free of charge. The program should not be structured in a way to impose unnecessarily costs on PTC drivers. In closing, I want to recognize the hard work and dedication of staff in preparing this report. In particular, we appreciate the work staff have done to improve the VFH industry commitment to the Vision Zero goals. Recommendations that require providers to improve cycling and pedestrian safety, such as backseat stickers or in-app notifications that alert riders to watch for cyclists, are welcomed. Lyft was proud to launch both of these new features earlier this year in Toronto and welcome their adoption into the bylaw. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you. Through the chair to the deputy, number one, thank you for coming to speak to us. We heard from some of the operators of Lyft and Uber that they were looking for a cap. Now, you were speaking on behalf of the company. Is this something that you're supporting?
Am I supporting a cap? We are not supporting a cap right now on the number of drivers.
Would you be supporting that all your vehicles that are working for Lyft be emission-friendly?
One thing that's, can I go back to the cap? Is that okay?
You answered that already.
One thing that's important to remember with respect to the cap is that our drivers operate on a part-time basis. So what we know is that over 90% of them drive less than 20 hours a week. And what we found is that when you place a cap, sometimes you reduce the ability of those drivers.
I want to thank you for that. However, my question was, more specifically, would you support snow tires on your vehicles?
That's something that we would be willing to work with.
Okay. Would you support your vehicles to be emission-friendly?
At Lyft, we are very interested in making sure that our platform is environmentally friendly. We actually are the first company to be a volunteer purchaser of carbon offsets. So we're really interested in being carbon neutral, and we also have a shared ride feature so that we're able to take cars off the road.
How many of your vehicles are hybrid?
I don't have that number.
So would you be supporting that all your vehicles be hybrid as the tax cab fleets are hybrid? Would you be supportive of that versus having to pay for something to offset?
That's something that I would have to go back and ask about. I don't have authority to answer that. But I do know from our co-founders that they are very interested in making sure that, you know, we're creating a sustainable platform.
But you're not sure if your vehicles are hybrid or not?
All of our vehicles are not hybrid.
Okay, some of your vehicles, maybe 5 or 10%, could be hybrid.
They could be.
Could be.
I don't have those numbers.
Would you be supporting of a camera in the car to protect your drivers as well as the passenger?
So my
We heard from people before that they had concerns and they have their own dash cam, the Uber drivers in the car. So would you be supportive of a mandatory camera in the car, similar to what the taxi has, in order to make sure that your drivers as well as the passengers are protected?
So that's something I would have to go back and ask about. I'm not able to support that at this time.
Is there
But I do
anything?
think it's important for us to protect the privacy of the drivers and passengers. So we are supportive of making sure that there are appropriate notifications to passengers.
But-
They are being recorded.
But in order to protect the privacy of the driver, don't you think the tax cabs also had to go through that and they finally agreed to have cameras in the car in order to protect the passenger?
I'm not familiar with the taxi regulations.
Okay, is there anything which you can support besides that you have to go back?
As I mentioned in my testimony, there are a number of recommendations that we are supportive of, and we're looking forward to working with the staff.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Any other questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming in this afternoon.
Thank you.
Next on the list is Brian Purcell from the Toronto Atmospheric Fund. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, community members, and thank you for your time. My name is Brian Purcell. I'm the Vice President of Policy and Programs at the Atmospheric Fund. We're an arm's-length climate agency established by the city some 30 years ago. 2 years ago, City Council unanimously adopted the Transform TO Climate Plan and established ambitious new carbon reduction targets. Last week, Canada declared a national climate emergency, further underlining the urgent need for action. Today, this committee is being asked to eliminate all environmental standards on one of the fastest growing sources of carbon emissions in Toronto, the vehicle for hire industry. I'm here to ask you instead to show leadership in the fight against climate change by maintaining and enhancing the low emission standards that we've had in place for 5 years. Transportation accounts for about 35% of carbon emissions in Toronto, and traffic-related air pollution causes an estimated 280 premature deaths and 1,100 hospitalizations every year. The vehicle for hire industry is by far the fastest growing source of transportation emissions in Toronto. The number of vehicles for hire registered in Toronto has increased by over 500% over the past 5 years. And based on the available data, we estimate that greenhouse gas emissions from this industry are growing by at least 40,000 tons annually and are likely to double over the next 5 years. This explosive growth, as we know, is driven largely by PTCs, whose ridership has grown over 180% over the last 2.5 years. This growth is expected to continue, according to forecasts, likely exceeding 300,000 daily trips within a few years. And as we've heard, according to survey data, most of these trips would be made by transit or active transportation without the availability of this service. Furthermore, it's a concern because the average PTC vehicle is about 20% less efficient than the average taxi cab. And we have data on all these vehicles through the city. That's partly because new taxi cabs at the time of registration have been required to meet city fuel efficiency standards for the past 5 years, while PTC vehicles have been exempted. So we have long recommended extending vehicle emission standards from taxi cabs to the entire vehicle for hire industry. And I note that a public survey commissioned by the city found 87% public support for extending vehicle emission standards to PTCs. Yet, instead of updating the emission standards and extending them to PTCs, the proposed update would eliminate emission standards altogether, including for taxi cabs, many of whom, as you've heard, support these standards and would like to see them maintained. There's no analysis of the carbon impacts of this recommendation. In summary, the proposed bylaw update would take Toronto a huge step backwards in addressing carbon emissions and air pollution from the vehicle for hire industry. With that in mind, we urge the committee to consider the recommendations which we included in our written comments, and I'll summarize briefly here. First,
Wrap up, please. Wrap up, please.
Oh, okay. So first, reject recommendations 77 and 78, which would eliminate the existing standards. Second, update and extend the standards and create a new standard for minivans to solve that issue. Third, create a process to extend the emissions standards to the entire vehicle for hire industry. We recognize some time is required to consult specifically about that. And fourth, develop a strategy for transitioning the vehicle for hire industry to zero emissions vehicles by 2030. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stephen, sorry, Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Brian. Thanks for talking to us today. I just wanted to zoom in on a fine point. One of the first or second speaker was talking about vehicle emission standards, but they mentioned sedans only. In your letter, you advocated for vehicle emission standards on all types of vehicles. And my understanding is part of the challenge is the larger vehicles for 7 passengers like vans and larger SUVs struggle to meet those emissions, but they're an important part of the fleet. Did you have any research or data on what could be achieved under your proposal, or does that still present a barrier?
Currently, the emission standards for taxicabs apply to all taxicabs, sedan or otherwise, but that's been one of the complaints that I believe has been received is that there's only one minivan that meets those emission standards. So that's an understandable objection. So we've recommended to solve that issue, consideration to establish a separate standard for minivans. They're fuel efficiency standards, so you can just look at the available vehicles and develop a standard suitable. We've suggested one which would allow for about 4 models to meet the standard. So it's sort of targeting the top third of vehicles on the market for fuel efficiency to meet the standard. So that could make a huge difference. We suggested, I think, 10.8 liters per 100 kilometers for a minivan, and there are minivans on the market that are using 16. So there's a big difference between 10 versus 16.
What are you mentioned there were 4 vehicles that you thought that would meet the standards. Could you tell us what they are?
I'm not sure I could accurately
Are they
remember
all vans?
them all offhand.
Are they all minivans?
For the minivan standard, yes.
The
Or
minivan
minivans would meet
standard.
that.
Okay, so 4 of them.
4 from the latest model year, and then, of course, people are allowed to select older within 7 model years.
Right, so there are 4 minivans out there that meet 10.8 liters per 100K, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, it's helpful, thank you.
Okay, other questions of the deputant? Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the deputant. There was a report that came out today regarding by Ryerson University. I understand that they're asking us to put a cap on the amount of vehicles on the street. In your work that you have done, I think that you found that most of the cabs are hybrid or is there any, have you seen any hybrid PTCs, or you want to care to comment about the report and how that affects I mean, our standards, what we want to do as a city with and the PTCs are not supportive of?
Yeah, so we have reviewed the registration data for both industries, which is why we're able to say that PTC vehicles on average are about 20% higher fuel consumption than taxicabs. As you mentioned, yeah, in recent years, most taxicabs, new taxicabs have been hybrids. And that's partly as a result of the standard, and partly the industry has really come to realize the benefits of hybrid technology. There are some hybrids within the PTC fleets, but it's a very small percentage. So I don't have the numbers offhand, but it's a very small minority at this time.
So if we were to say that the hybrids, that the taxi cab, I mean, you measure this somehow, the pollution and everything else. Can you help me understand the amount of PTC vehicles that are out there, how much faster they start to melt the polar caps because we're having all these vehicles out there?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understood the question.
Okay, if you have a hybrid vehicle, it amounts to, let's say, 2% of melting of the polar cap versus a non-hybrid vehicle.
Right.
with the amount of vehicles that the report's saying that are out there, how fast or what accelerant is that being used in order to melt the polar cap and to bring more pollution into the system? I mean, are the number of PTCs out there that are going around, does that help us? Does that help us in order to breathe easier, or does it hinder us?
So based on the available data, there's a massive increase in emissions resulting from the growth of the industry, largely in PTCs. So we see this industry has grown, has been doubling every few years in terms of total emissions, based on the vehicle numbers and the trip per year data that we get through the city. So we expect by 2025 that the annual emissions from the industry will be over 350,000 tons, which is about double what it is today. And beyond that, it's too tough to forecast what will happen. But certainly, yeah, we're seeing emissions increase by about 40,000 tons every year. For example, one of our most successful climate programs in the City of Toronto, the Home Energy Loan Program, and the corresponding program for high-rise buildings has achieved emission reductions of about 4,000 tons per year. And the vehicle for hire industry is increasing emissions by about 40,000 tons per year. Each year, 40,000 more tons. So it's a pretty significant impact for us.
I appreciate the fact that you know the subject cold, but for a layman, like somebody which is not familiar with this, just help us understand how much, I mean, what does that do to our health, having all these PTC vehicles out there that are not hybrid? What does it do to the health of our children? I mean, my good friend here was coughing. I'm not sure if because of that or not. Maybe he got something stuck in the throat. But what does that do to our health? I mean, having all these PTC vehicles out there.
It's a very good question, and I can't give you data on the number of premature mortalities or hospitalizations specifically from the industry. But in Toronto, it's almost 300 deaths a year and 1,000 hospitalizations a year from transportation-related air pollution. And we're seeing now that the vehicle for hire industry is up to 10% of the traffic downtown, and it's a little bit smaller in other areas. So it's involved in a significant percentage of those health impacts.
Sorry, did you say 300 deaths per year?
Yes, that's from data from Toronto Public Health. 280 deaths per year estimated as well, premature deaths from air pollution from vehicles, and 1,100 hospitalizations.
How much of that would be? Responsible? Would Uber and Lyft, not using hybrid vehicles, be responsible for all of it or some of it?
No, not all of that by any means, but a portion of that. I couldn't give you the numbers right now. That would require a study, but it's a significant and growing share of the air pollution and emissions from transportation.
So we need to study this math a little bit more. I mean, we need to make sure that we know how much of this 300 deaths could be attributed to Uber and Lyft for not having hybrid vehicles. Would I be correct in that?
Well, I think it's a worthwhile question for discussion, and I think we know it's accountable, a large and growing source of air pollution, and I think we should be doing anything we can to transition commercial vehicles to low emissions technology, whether it's hybrids or equivalent performance that can be achieved in other ways.
So my last question, and I want to thank the chairman for allowing me this latitude, is that the faster we move PTCs to hybrid, the better it's going to be.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Next on the list is Steve Keller from Co-op Cabs. Afternoon, sir. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the chair and members for this opportunity to depute. I'm here representing Co-op Cabs, and Co-op is recommending and urging this committee to send this report back to staff for further research and provide information on key issues related to public safety, environmental issues, and traffic congestion. With respect to public safety, we recommend that at least 2 mechanical inspections per year for all taxi cabs and PTC at a city-approved facility to ensure vehicles are roadworthy and fit for passengers instead of the one inspection that staff are recommending. We recommend that all vehicle for hire and PTC vehicles be equipped with snow tires, not the M or S class tires that they're intending, as recommended by the staff report. We further recommend that all vehicles, taxi cab and PTCs, be equipped with in-car cameras to ensure the safety of passengers and drivers. These cameras were installed into taxi cabs in around the year of 2000 and have resulted in significant reduction of violent crimes and sexual assaults against drivers and passengers alike. They have also proven to be a tool for Toronto Police, who are doing inspections into major crimes. With respect to environmental issues, we are recommending that all non-accessible replacement vehicles be either alternative fuel, hybrid, or low-emission vehicles instead of deleting this requirement as suggested by staff. And with regards to traffic congestion, recent polls have indicated that the citizens of Toronto are experiencing a reduced quality of life due to longer commutes caused by traffic volume and congestion. We recommend that the committee request staff to revisit this issue with a focus on limiting the number of PTC vehicles being allowed to operate on their communication platform at any time of the given day. And I'd like to thank the committee for listening to these recommendations and assume that you will take them under advisement.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions for the deputy? Councillor Holyday.
Thanks for speaking to us. I just want to understand, you mentioned something about the difference between, is it winter tires and M and S? I wonder if you could explain that, what your concern is.
Well, we're going by what the Insurance Safety Bureau of Canada is recommending, and that is, full winter tires.
Okay, and what is the proposal in the regulations that is different?
As far as I understand, the staff report is recommending tires that are rated, coming with a rating value of M&S, which are not full winter tires.
M&S are not full winter tires. So it's different from your standard is what the Insurance Bureau of Canada recommends?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, that's very helpful.
Thank you.
Other questions of the deputy? Seeing none. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you coming this afternoon. Next, I have Zinnia Badawali, March of Dimes Canada.
Wendy Murphy's also on the list later on, and we're speaking together, so it's okay?
Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Did you want 5 minutes or 10 minutes, ladies?
I don't think we'll use the full 10, but we'll be
Okay. So why don't I give you up to 10?
excellent. I think we'll be good. Okay, good afternoon, councillors. I'd like to thank you for having us here today to speak to the importance that the City of Toronto ensure an inclusive and accessible vehicle for hire industry in Toronto. My name is Zinnia Batliwal, and I'm the National Manager for Government Relations and Advocacy at March of Dimes Canada. March of Dimes Canada is the country's largest community-based organization providing programs and services for people with physical disabilities. Our mission is to maximize the independence, personal empowerment, and community participation of people with physical disabilities. However, one of the greatest concerns among those who access our services is the lack of accessible transportation. Access to transportation is critical to promote community participation and limit social isolation and loneliness. Within the City of Toronto, we have heard numerous issues regarding inconsistent and inequitable service for people with disabilities in the accessible taxi industry, regarding the availability of accessible vehicles or lack of awareness regarding customer service. Given that the proportion of Canadians living with a disability is growing, in part due to population aging, the City of Toronto must develop a comprehensive vehicle for hire industry accessibility strategy. Today, I'm pleased to be joined by Wendy Murphy, a volunteer advocate at March of Dimes Canada, who has worked with March of Dimes to develop recommendations to inform the Vehicle for Hire accessibility strategy, specifically regarding the Accessibility Fund program. I'll ask her to now speak to her experiences and present recommendations we have collaboratively developed to inform the Vehicle for Hire accessibility strategy. Following Wendy's remarks, we'd be happy to take any questions.
Good afternoon. Once again, I'm Wendy Murphy and happy to be here. I appreciate your time. I've been in the wheelchair for 35 years now, and I consider myself a fairly active part of the Toronto area. Access to accessible taxis are crucial for me to engage in volunteering and advocacy work, to socialize with friends, and to attend appointments in the downtown core. I feel it's important that people with disabilities have equitable access to taxis, whether through a brokerage or private taxi company. And this means that service is at the same cost to the able-bodied person, with comparable wait times that's safe to the disabled consumer and is available on demand. Since I've lived in Toronto, my experience with accessible taxis has improved. However, there's still more to be done. Years ago, I couldn't hope to get an accessible taxi. So today, I'm glad that I can get them, but I wouldn't expect a cab to come any sooner than 5 hours before, a call before. I'd have to put in a call for 5 hours earlier. I contributed to a written brief submitted by the March of Dimes Canada to inform the accessible strategy for Toronto vehicle for hire industry, and recommendations were made. We've also reviewed the June 14, 2019 report from the Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standards, in addition to the background materials provided. Based on my experience, I agree with the overall findings, and that's that the accessible services are not always readily available and that there's an inconsistent quality of service. Let me first say that I'm very surprised and disappointed that there isn't anything in this report regarding increasing the number of accessible vehicles for hire. In London, every black cab is wheelchair accessible. We should be thinking about how to apply the principles of universal design to ensure that vehicles for hire are as accessible as possible for everyone, rather than building a separate wheelchair accessible fleet. If this continues, people with disabilities requiring mobility devices will likely always be in a minority, and as a result, our choices will be limited and will not be fully included in our city. I urge this overarching goal not to be forgotten. This said, I understand that the full accessibility will come with more societal change, and this requires many resources. This is why I believe that the Accessibility Fund program has the potential to improve the availability and quality of services of accessible taxis. However, I believe more must be done to ensure the Accessibility Fund program meets the needs of Torontonians with disabilities. As while more funding will be available to address the issue, there's no requirement that the issue be addressed. It's like the cat chasing the mouse. To improve the accessible programs, I suggest that those eligible for funding through the Accessible Fund program must adhere to services standards published by Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standards that are developed in the collaboration with people with disabilities. A key tenet of the disability rights movement is nothing about us without us, so we'd like to be included. While the Accessibility Fund program will provide funding aiming to improve the consistency and quality of accessible service, there's nothing requiring them to make an actual change. I propose that those eligible to receive funds from the Accessible Fund program must be required to adhere to standards developed in collaboration with people with disabilities and the Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standards. Standards might be that all vehicles for hire providing accessible services must A, provide service when requested within an average wait time for non-accessible taxi cab services. B, post their accessibility commitments on their website to ensure transparency. And C, post on their corporate website their commitment should there be an accessibility-related complaint, including a process to develop an interim solution. Again, a form of transparency. Secondly, resources should be invested to promote awareness amongst users of accessible taxis, to submit issues to the City of Toronto's bylaw enforcement team to ensure drivers and brokerages are held accountable in regards to accessibility and inclusivity for residents and visitors to Toronto with disabilities. On page 31 of the Vehicle for Hire bylaw review, City of Toronto resident survey, less than 5% of complaints about taxi drivers were put in. Considering my own experience, if this was a known resource, I'm sure that many would use to ensure that brokerages are held accountable. Finally, 3 would be to ensure the Accessibility Fund program is improving the consistency and quality of accessible services by developing a baseline survey. Within the report, there's a requirement City Council Director and Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standards to review and provide a status updated on the Vehicle for Hire Accessibility Fund program. A baseline survey measuring the current experience of users of accessible vehicles be developed to measure change following the introduction of the Accessibility Fund program. This will give us all a better idea of how things are working. Special attention should always be paid to inform the availability of the wheelchair accessible service from the perspective of the user, to inform the experience of the user when utilizing the wheelchair accessible service and its current state. I'm concerned that the Accessibility Fund does not look does little, to require brokerages to dispatch wheelchair-accessible vehicles on demand. I thank you for your time, and I'm very happy to be here today and look forward to seeing progress in this very important issue.
Thank you, ladies. Questions of the deputants? So I wanted to ask, you said to get a wheelchair-accessible cab, it would be if you have to call ahead 5 hours?
I would, just to ensure that
Make sure you get one.
that I get it on time and be at my location on time. So yes, I would give them a long leeway.
Okay, and on a sidebar, do you use Wheel-Trans at all? Do you have the same?
No, I have a car, but there's a lot of times that I'm going to places that, I'm having issues now with the parking permits.
Oh, okay,
So a lot of times there's no places for me to park. The parking spaces are taken.
parking's an issue.
It's a huge issue.
Okay, and then you also said so earlier we had one of the deputants talked about the accessible cabs, both taxi cabs, PTC, there's no limousines. But at one time they talked about pooling the different cabs, various cab companies into one pool.
Yes.
Would that be something that you'd see as acceptable, or?
I would accept that. Anything that would get the service to me, that would maintain the quality of the service and get the service to me on time.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Thank you, ladies, appreciate you coming in this afternoon.
Thank you.
Where did my sheet go? Julie's gone. Next, I have Samuel Bradia. Do I have a Samuel Bradia in the room? Samuel Bradia going twice. Samuel Bradia going 3 times. Okay, next I have Pablo Godoy, United Food and Commercial Workers of Canada.
Good afternoon. I'm also speaking and sharing my time with speaker number 17 on the list.
Sorry?
Number 17 on the list is Ijaz Butt, who
Yes.
will be speaking with me as well, sharing our...
Oh, okay, all right, so I'll give you the same offer as the last 2 deputants. You can have up to 10 minutes.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you, Chair. On behalf of the membership of the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, UFCW Canada, I thank you and welcome the opportunity to appear before this committee today to comment on the Vehicle for Hire bylaw review. Before I begin, I would like to introduce the person sitting next to me, Ijaz, who is currently a driver for Uber Black, Uber's premium car and limousine service. He is here to help with any questions specific to the day-to-day realities of the sector that any of you may have. UFCW Canada is Canada's leading private sector union. We are more than 250,000 workers strong, and across Ontario we represent over 120,000 members. We are happy to say that our membership now includes hundreds of Uber Black drivers, led by a group of people like Ijaz, who had previously led the Toronto Limo Drivers Association and is now a proud UFCW member, which is the reason we are here today. We would like to begin by saying we welcome the recommendations and report of the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards for the city. Specifically, we were happy with the announcement on mandatory training. However, we echo the previous speaker's sentiments about ensuring high-quality training is provided.
Thank you.
We believe also that aligning rideshare services like Uber and Lyft with Toronto's traditional vehicle for hire regulated workplaces bylaws will set the city's vehicle for hire workers and industry on a trajectory of fairness, safety, and prosperity. All changes, however, we argue, should keep the driver's best interests in mind. And so to that end, today we are seeking the consideration of this committee on the following. First and foremost, a cap on the number of rideshare drivers allowed to operate at any time. We know that there are over 90,000 rideshare drivers in Toronto, according to various reports published in the last week. What no one, including the city, can tell us is how many are on the road at any given time. And so we argue that it would be in the city's best interest to require this information from rideshare companies. We know that these companies entice drivers to certain areas of the city at certain times due to demand. And this is how we know that operating without a cap must be leading to congestion and pollution and other issues. Our second ask is for the banning of automatic deactivation of drivers' accounts without an investigation or appeal process. Currently, Uber is allowed to operate under the guise of an app or tech company and claims that none of its drivers or users are employees. This allows them to circumvent laws and processes protecting workers, including being able to deactivate the accounts of drivers. This means that they're able to get away with deactivating people rather than quote-unquote terminating them. Regardless, this action strips the ability of drivers to earn a living. We believe that if a business is going to operate in Toronto, they should not be allowed to circumvent laws in this manner. I'm sure many of you have heard this week stories on the news, including those that were calling into CBC Radio explaining how the rating system within these applications determined driver behavior more so than any other factor on the road. If a driver doesn't listen to a customer, they risk receiving a low rating, even if the reason was due to city law, customer, or public safety. A low rating is enough for Uber to deactivate you. And so that brings me to the third point, ensuring that there's one single set of rules and regulations for one type of license. An example for this argument is the staging bylaws. A regular taxi can stage at a taxi stand and near buildings. A private vehicle for hire or UberX driver can do the same. The only ones not allowed the same opportunities are the limousine and premium car services. This is unfair and should be rectified. As a union, UFCW Canada is looking to the city to create a level playing field as the industry becomes more integrated into the daily norms of Toronto citizens. Currently, the scales are tipped in favor of rideshare companies like Uber and Lyft. With your help, we can get Uber and others to respect labor and other laws in Canada. Other cities like Seattle, Los Angeles, and New York have already begun this work, and we hope to include Toronto among them. With that being said, I'd like to pass it over to my colleague Ijaz, who will speak to a couple of those points from a personal perspective.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and other member of Municipal Licensing Standard Committee. I'm very thankful for the Executive Director because she already recommended our one request in it, which is for the demand of 500 independent limousine driver. That one recommendation is 31 and also plus 41. So that one actually city issue plates to the independent drivers and then telling the drivers go to the part of any company and take the letter from that you are the part of that company. But originally, they only give it to them letter, they never give it to them any business, nothing, and taking the money per month, some will $250, some $300, some $350. So we are happy to see that recommendation is there to remove that agreement letter. Now I'm coming to the other 2-3 points, which is very, very important for this industry, even not for limousine, also for the taxi, and also for the safety of Torontonians. The cap on UberX vehicles. Why? Because after 19,000 more than they have drivers to register. And approximately 50% are always on road. And because the mostly business in downtown Toronto, everybody running to the downtown Toronto. So before UberX, we have a rush hour 7. Now it's come back to 6. And road we have 40 years same. So around 50,000 extra vehicles coming to downtown Toronto. And then what's happened? Congestion. More accidents happened. Few days ago, like maybe day before yesterday, our mayor also tell that too many accidents happened and we are reducing the limit of 200 roads due to accidents, cyclists hit, pedestrian hits, this and that. I'm appreciated the mayor, but who's involved in more accidents? These private vehicles drivers. If we will put the limit on it, not only livelihood of the taxi and limousine industry, also for the Torontonians. So how we will put cap? We have a very, very good example of our neighbor country and city of New York. They put 80,000 cap on 17 million population. We have a population 2.7 million. So if we will look for that percentage, automatically we will found that this is around to 12,000, 10 to 12,000. So before Uber, we have 6,500 vehicles, taxi and limousine together, and serving and no shortage. I agree. After these private companies, the business will little bit be boost up. Okay, if we will add 12,000 select vehicles, first check these people's police background, then give it to them training like we have before, 17 days class for taxi and for the limousine 7 days. Not only check the television and you are now very good in training. This is not training. Training is like which we have before. So then automatically we will save the people of life, because these people never know how to drive, and they just looking for the business. And not only accident, sir, sexual harassment cases, kidnap cases, involvement in murder, drunk driving. How much we have a record in the past for the taxi and limousine? Zero. That is why we are requesting, please go for the cap on UberX vehicle, like example of New York. The second request which we have from particularly for the limousine driver, staging. Sir, we don't have taxi license. 2016, we kill taxi license, we kill limousine license, and introduce the licensed vehicle for hire driver. So we have 3 categories. Same license, taxi driving, same license, limousine driving, and same license for the private vehicles. Only the PTC issue of one sticker, and that is called PTC license. So if 3 categories for the same license, why that's not same set of rules for all 3 categories? Limousine driver bound for the pre-range only. We never go for hailing. We never go for the lineup. And downtown Toronto is full of restaurants, hotels, taxi stands, and theaters and everything. So, sir, where we park in the lake? How we will survive for our pickups? That is, we are requesting that please remove the staging bylaw, which is we have a request before also. So this is 2-3 points we have. And the third and
Sorry, I need you to wrap
about the last point we have for the Uber. Sir, we have bylaw 2016 allowing us to drive 7 years any vehicle serving for this city. Uber enforcing the driver that your vehicles, black car particularly, we will serve only for 5 years. And these expensive
Sorry, sir,
cars.
I need you to wrap up.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions of the deputant? Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the deputy, and I really appreciate you being here. So this is a union, or this is a come-together of Uber drivers that you're representing here today. Would I be correct?
Yes.
Yes. How many Uber drivers are you approximately representing?
So the black car driver before have around less than 500, but this is reduced now near around to 300.
But how many drivers, Uber drivers, would you be representing? The 300 black cars, or
Yes,
would you be
whatever the black car drivers working with Uber are before the part of Toronto Limousine Driver Association, and we will merge that association in that UFCW union, and we are the part of UFCW.
Okay. You yourself were driving for Uber now, but before you were a cabbie or part of the...
I am the limousine driver for last 16 years, sir. I have a taxi license also, and I am before the General Secretary of iTaxi Worker Association.
Thank you, sir. Now, in order for you to drive limousine, you had to get training, correct? Would you be supportive that all Uber drivers have mandatory training?
101%, sir.
Would you be supportive that the vehicles be hybrid?
This is debatable, sir.
Okay. Would you be supportive that the cars have snow tires?
101%, sir. And we have a law before limousine is not have a need to no tire.
would you be
But in 2016, you decided already for 1st December to.
Would you be supportive that all PTC as well as for hire vehicles, taxis, have mandatory inspection? We heard something like twice a year from designated centers that the City of Toronto license and regulates.
Yes, sir. Before we have DOT system is better than this which we have now.
But
We
this,
will pay $75 to the garage and they give it to safety for nothing.
backstreet garages, that's what you tell
This
me.
is corruption.
Would you be supportive that all the vehicles have a camera inside it that is something that the City of Toronto will regulate?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. Would you be supportive that this report should be sent back in order to have those changes made?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Any other question? I'm warm up now.
Councillor Holiday?
And
He's on a roll. He's on a roll.
Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Chair. In the speaking earlier, you brought up this concept of staging. I wondered if you could explain that a little bit better about what staging means and how it works.
So I believe there's a bylaw 54681. I believe it's titled Staging Prohibited, and it outlines the staging provisions under which taxis are able to stage outside and park outside, idle, waiting for a fare outside of businesses or hotel, whereas limo and premium service providers are not allowed to park within 200 meters of those same spaces.
What about a private transportation company? Can they stage? Because they can't pick up fares.
They don't have any problem. That is why I'm requesting, sir, if I drive taxi, wherever I park. If I drive with a private vehicle, no problem. Only problem for the limousine. That is why unfairness, sir, because we have one license. Same set of rules, sir. Please.
So what do you mean by no problem for the PTC? They're dispatched
They have dispatch with phones, sir.
with phones. And so how did it work with limos over the years and years and years? Were you ever able to stage?
Sir, we will park. The problem mostly business 70 to 80% is downtown Toronto, sir. That law not even allow us to park or go for the washroom or coffee shop. One day I go to coffee shop and bring coffee. And commissioner put ticket on my vehicle. He said, "You are opposite of Roy Jat. You are opposite of Stretch Kona." I said, "I'm in the car. I'm going for coffee." Sir, we are bound for pre-range. Without pre-range, we never pick up. So wherever we park, what is the problem? Without booking, without pre-range, we are unable to pick up.
So a letter came in from the Toronto Limousine Driver Association.
Yes, sir. This is good.
And in the letter, it says PTC companies have a staging feature hidden in their technology. Do you know anything about that? I don't know. This is not your letter, but have you ever heard of a hidden technology for staging by PTC companies?
No, I don't have. This is not from me.
Okay, I wondered if because you know the industry really well.
Yes.
I don't know if you'd ever heard of something like that, a hidden staging feature for PTCs. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Chair, I'm your voter also.
Thank you. Okay, so at this point, the committee's going to take a 5-minute break. I have to have 4 councillors in the room. I'm missing 2 councillors on the committee right now. So there's only 4 of us, so we're taking a 5-minute break. I got 5, okay. So we're taking a 5-minute break. Can I please have the members of the General Government Licensing Committee back to committee room number 1, please? Give them 5 minutes and start again in 15. Can I please have the General Government Licensing members back to committee room number 1, please? It's 10 minutes after I gave them a 5-minute break. There's Councillor Holiday. All right. Councillor Holiday. Some guy came up to me and he's like, how long do you think this meeting will take? I still have to depute. If you're quick, the meeting will go quicker. Exactly. Talk for 2 minutes, it'll be quicker. Yeah, CBC. And it's a CBC article. It's like, okay, I'm calling the meeting back to order. I never use it. It's like when my kids play soccer. They gave me a whistle. It's like they were like 4 and 5. I'm like, I run a Cub Pack and Beavers. I've never used a whistle, so I'm not about to start in a. Right? It was okay, the next deputant on the list I have is Adam Blinick from Uber. I'm looking for Adam Blinick for representing Uber. Adam, you're up.
Marty Gray and Morva Rouhani. We'll only take the 5 minutes for opening comments, but then open up for questions. Oh, we might, if closer to 7 is okay.
So I have Adam Blinick, Marty Gray, and Morva Rouhani.
Yeah, and if we could take closer to 7 for the opening remarks, but for the 3.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can start whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Martin Gray, Manager of Public Policy at Uber. I'd firstly like to thank the committee for the opportunity to appear in front of you today and for the City of Toronto's continued commitment to delivering improvements within the vehicle for hire sector. I would also like to thank City staff for the significant work undertaken in preparation of their report. They have run an incredibly professional process, providing every opportunity for stakeholders to contribute in a respectful and policy-focused environment. Undoubtedly, the introduction of the smartphone and ride-sharing has played a significant impact on how people move around Toronto. The ability to get a safe, affordable and reliable ride at the push of a button has grown quickly in popularity, and the desire for greater choice in the sector has been made readily apparent. The 2016 Vehicle for Hire bylaw recognised this demand and established an evidence-based approach in the public interest that accommodated ride-sharing within the broader sector. Placed the interests of the travelling public at the centre of decision-making, it also recognised that the industry will continue to evolve and regulation of it must continue to evolve with it. The result of this has had substantial benefits across Toronto and the GTA more broadly. It has meant greater choice and a renewed focus on customer service with friendly drivers, clean cars and more choice in transport options. New technologies such as cashless payments, digital rider and driver identification, constant two-way feedback, and GPS tracking of every trip have all delivered significant safety benefits, and new innovations are continually being developed. It has meant more services for those who rely on affordable on-demand transport to get home safely, with 89% of City Survey respondents saying more affordable fares and convenience are key motivations for use of these new services. It means greater reliability, with average wait times more than halving for pre-booked services and far more readily available options in outer suburban areas and also at peak times on Friday and Saturday night, where a safe ride home is not only a convenience, it's often a necessity. It has also allowed for the creation of entirely new services, such as Uber Pool, which puts multiple passengers going in a similar direction within the same vehicle, helping to further lower costs and reduce congestion. This has also had significant benefits for visitors to the city. The ability to access a familiar service in your own language using your existing payment method the moment you arrive has been highly popular, with visitors from over 85 different countries using the Uber app during their stay. As pointed out in the City Staff Report, this has delivered over $140 million in additional economic activity within this sector. And for drivers within the vehicle for hire sector, it has meant an entirely new option that was not otherwise available. For people choosing to drive with Uber, for example, they have full control over when and where they drive. They're able to log in an app when they choose, and there is not a minimum time that they need to be on the road. For the first time ever, I've met many of them, students, mums and dads, people with part-time and full-time jobs are able to earn an income using their own vehicle on a schedule that suits their lives. The 2019 review that is currently being undertaken is an important opportunity to build on this to ensure the vehicle for hire sector best serves the travelling public. Over the past few years, the industry has undergone significant change, and the opportunity to refine the regulatory framework is a welcome one. To further support safety standards across the entire industry, the City staff have identified a number of key initiatives in its report. These take a best practice, systems-based approach to safety that identifies key risks associated with activities and uses multiple mitigation tools to address them. Importantly, it also remains adaptable to the development of new safety features as well as entirely new service offerings. We believe these are important initiatives, and we welcome the opportunity to work closely with the City on how these can readily be implemented to effect meaningful change. Safety is the number one priority for anyone operating within the vehicle for hire industry, and like many others, we have to constantly be looking for new ways to improve safety of our services. In the past few months in Toronto, we've implemented new bike lane alerts, a new bike safety education campaign, in-app speed limit alerts for drivers to let them know if they may be going over the speed limit. We've also increased driver tenure screening requirements, as well as a new tool to help detect collisions and readily allow people to contact emergency services in the event of an accident. We're also closely working with our community of riders and drivers, as well as many in the women's safety community, on the development of new initiatives to help ensure every trip can be a safe and respectful one. This includes the introduction of in-app emergency buttons, the ability to share your ride with loved ones in real time, phone number anonymisation, as well as enhanced standards for passenger safety and passenger behaviour, because we know it's not just a one-way tool, and passengers also need to be respectful on each and every trip. However, the work is never done, and we can and all must do more to continue to improve safety standards in this industry. And we look forward to working closely with the City, experts, and all stakeholders to continue improving standards across the entire industry. This is absolutely critical for the long-term future, and we welcome that opportunity. We also welcome the City's world-leading commitment to accessible transport options and the establishment of an accessibility fund. For a number of years now, we've had the privilege to offer both wheelchair-accessible services as well as Uber Assist, a new service designed for people who may have a disability but do not use a fixed wheelchair. I would like to thank all of the drivers and customers who make these services possible and who are committed to continually moving towards a future of service equivalency for people who have a disability. The vehicle for hire sector has and will continue to undergo significant change in the coming years, and that will come as no surprise to anyone in this room. However, this is just the beginning of a new trend in transportation. Increasingly, people are eschewing private car ownership, accessing transport on demand using a combination of walking, cycling, transit, car sharing, as well as taxis, ride sharing, and limousines. This has the potential to significantly lower costs of living, reduce congestion and emissions, and free up public space previously used for parking in our cities. Firmly believe that we're start of a complete revolution in how transport works in our cities, and we welcome the opportunity to be a part of that. We're already seeing signs of that here, with the transportation study indicating lower car ownership rates amongst those who are using PTC and taxi services in the inner city, as well as many people using vehicle for hire services in outer suburban areas, including Etobicoke and Scarborough, to connect with the subway system, because we know not everybody can live within walking distance of their nearest train station. Over time, we also see significant opportunities to take some of the features that have made ride-sharing popular and bring them to the transit system, so we can get more people out of the cars and onto heavy rail and other transit services. The city's innovative approach to transport has helped ensure Toronto is at the forefront of these changes and is rapidly developing as a major jobs hub for transportation technology as a direct result of that effort. Uber's local office, for example, has grown from a team of less than 5 people to an engineering and operations hub that will eventually house 500 staff. In addition, Uber's Advanced Technologies Group, a world-leading research unit in connected and autonomous vehicle technology, will soon be expanding to a team of high-tech, high-skilled jobs of over 150 here in the city. New businesses and entirely new transportation service providers, some of which we've heard from here today, are also rapidly choosing Toronto as their base. We're excited for this future and look forward to continuing to work with the city to ensure that that vision of a safe, reliable and affordable opportunity of the future of transport can become a reality. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear in front of you, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Questions of the deputant? Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the deputants. You're representing Uber, one of the companies, which is a PTC company besides Lyft and anything else that might come along, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
How many of your vehicles are hybrid?
I could not tell you off the top of my head, but I'm sure we could find out some information on that for you.
5%, 10%, 20%?
I could come back to you on that, but...
Okay, so you're not aware?
I'm not aware off the top of my head.
How many vehicles would you have at one given point in time out there serving the public?
So I think that's a really important point, because a lot of numbers get thrown around about the number of people who've essentially gone through a City of Toronto registration process for a PTC, which isn't really an accurate representation of how many cars are on the road. On average, obviously, it fluctuates to meet the demand of the people who are searching trips, but I think it was mentioned here before, there's, I think, often around 3,500 or something was the number that was mentioned, which is less than the number of, and I think that's citywide, that's less than the number of registered taxis in the city. And when you think about it, that makes a lot of sense.
Sorry, just come back. You know your numbers, so just give me a figure, please. I mean, without, how many vehicles would you have at the maximum that you ever had at any given point in time out on the road?
I think, I couldn't tell you exactly, but I think the average is part of our submission that we put in there, and I think the report that city staff have put forward will put greater parameters around setting that, but I think it was about 3,500.
How much business loss have you caused TTC?
So how much business?
Business loss have you caused TTC?
I don't think anything, because I think what's really exciting, and through the chair, councillor, we firmly believe that the transition to on-demand transit, and we consistently have seen this in the economic analysis.
Would you be surprised if I was to tell you that TTC has reported a loss of ridership since Uber came along?
I think we've seen in a lot of cases people who use ride sharing consistently more are less likely to buy a private car. And what's really exciting about that is people use transit more.
Sorry, through the chair.
Yep.
My question is, would you be...
Mr. Chairman, please, point of order. I mean, allow the deputant to answer the question without interruptions.
Mr. Chair, I think my questions are suffice, and for the deputy not to answer them precisely means that there's something that they might have to hide. My question is very straightforward.
Sorry, Councillor, could you withdraw that, please?
All right, I withdraw it. Maybe,
Thank you.
Maybe the deputy also will give us a straight answer.
Can you withdraw that too? You just accused him of lying.
I didn't accuse him of lying, I said to give us a straight answer. I mean, a precise answer. And if that offends him, I apologize. Are you aware that you have caused ridership to fall on TTC? Yes or no?
No, I don't believe that that is a correct statement. And what I can say is, as part of the traffic management study conducted as part of this report, that it is shown quite clearly that changes to the vehicle for hire sector have not changed or had a meaningful impact on congestion.
Have you been in touch with TTC to find out if there's a ridership drop?
TTC has not brought this to attention or expressed any concern with us about that. In fact, we actually have a range of partnerships with transit providers to actually increase ridership. We have one with Metrolinx to, as I mentioned in my statement, most people don't live within walking distance of their train station out of suburban areas, so they use us to increase ridership.
Would you be surprised if TTC shows up otherwise, that there's been a drop in ridership since Uber and Lyft have come along?
I in fact, and the evidence that we've seen in many places, that by being able to access transport on demand, you see increases in transit ridership, because the reality is younger people are not buying cars as much anymore. And people will use ride sharing maybe on a Friday and Saturday night. But if you don't own a car, you use transit for the majority of your trips, which is really encouraging.
We heard from deputants, people that work for Uber, state that they think that having a camera in the vehicle is something that would be helpful to them. Would that be something that you would be supporting?
So if somebody would like to use a camera in a PTC, they absolutely have the right to do that, and we see a number of driver partners who do choose to do that. I think an important point of distinction, I think this is what you're referring to, is the taxi and PTC difference in regulatory aspects. And what the important thing is all trips are not independent or anonymised in a PTC service. And while some people do choose to use a camera, and the staff report has indicated they're going to make some refinements about how that works, absolutely, if somebody wants to do that, that's something that they
would you be supportive of having winter tires on your vehicles?
If somebody wanted to use winter tyres and that was part of a regulatory approach, I think we'd look at the evidence, but I think if anything can improve safety, we'd consider it after seeing the evidence of what that looks like.
How many accidents have Uber vehicles been involved since they're operating in the City of Toronto?
So Uber does, I think, about 15 million trips every day across the world, and the overwhelming majority of those happen without incident. To your direct question about how many incidents, I'm not aware of an exact number, but what is really encouraging is I think as part of this report is we're going to get a system that works across the entire industry that will take an evidence-based approach to how safety works and how collisions are detected within the industry. If there is any event of an incident.
Right, Councillor.
You can't give us a number. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Other questions of the deputant? Seeing none, no questions. I wanted to ask you about, so your percentage of vehicles that are considered accessible. Do you have a goal in mind? Because right now the numbers I've seen, the number of cabs in the city are at about 13% accessible, and yours is closer to like 0.5%. Do you have a goal in mind of where you see the number of your PTC vehicles being accessible?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. The way, and you've heard from other deputants here today, that wheelchair accessible transport is absolutely critical within the vehicle for hire sector. And what we've heard from the community time and time again is what is critical is service equivalency. So what that means is whatever service is available for somebody who does not have a disability, that same level of service is applicable to somebody who may do so. And for that reason, and what we've seen continuously, is the best way to manage that is making sure that somebody can get the exact same service in terms of the length of time it takes them between ordering an Uber and then it showing up. And the way that it works for the PTC industry at the moment, who operate wheelchair accessible vehicles, that's how we're measured. Because in a market where vehicles could be doing other things, what matters most is when somebody who needs a wheelchair accessible vehicle, they can get it reliably. At the moment, the wheelchair accessible vehicle service that we offer within the City of Toronto has wait times that are average around 7 to 8 minutes, which we're incredibly proud of, falls well below standards across the broader industry. That being said, we're continue improving it over time, and as we see this sector expand and with an ageing population, the need for accessible services to increase, along with another range of factors, we absolutely see that there's opportunity to continue to improve across the whole sector.
So do you have a benchmark number in mind? As I said, the cabs are at 13%.
Yep.
It doesn't mention Uber specifically, but it says the PTCs are at 0.5%. So I'm not
Yep.
Do you know how many of your people that drive for Uber, how many of them are wheelchair accessible?
So around, I believe it's around 80. The way where the city measures it for the PTC industry, because of the measure of service equivalency, they use 10-minute ETAs as the benchmark, because that's the benchmark that people who use the services makes most meaningful impact. We're consistently beating that on a routine basis, and we're continually improving it over time.
Okay, but do you have once again, do you have a number in mind of how many wheelchair accessible vehicles you're going to have on the road in 2 years?
However many it takes to make sure that we're consistently beating the service equivalency level to the point where we can get the wait time down to a period of around 5 minutes, which is around what we know people want and need in the on-demand transport space. That will obviously vary over time because demand for services fluctuates significantly over the course of a week, month, year. What our job is to make sure that there's enough wheelchair accessible vehicles on the road at all times to meet that level of service equivalency.
So most businesses have a business plan. So Uber must have a business plan. So once again, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, what is the number of wheelchair accessible vehicles you expect to have on the road in Toronto?
I think it'll depend on what we see changes in demand, but I would say that we're optimistic that we could continue to increase that. I think a range of our vehicles on the platform at the moment are taxis. So I think we see an increased opportunity to get more people who drive a taxi to come across, obviously, as well as new providers coming out. And I think the certainty that the review of the 2019 bylaw provides gives us a nice opportunity to know exactly what we're working towards. At the moment, we know we're consistently beating the industry on basis of service quality and also wait times. And we've consistently heard really great feedback. Obviously, the work on that is never done. But we think that we're not only beating what the city's expectations are, but hopefully what customers have historically expected as well.
So you have no idea?
Thank
you.
I think-
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Does anybody else have questions of the deputant? Councillor Karygiannis, you want a second round? Oh, sorry, Councillor Filion?
Yes, you have data on the number of vehicles on the road at any given time, correct?
The number of vehicles on the road at any time.
Yeah.
I unfortunately don't have that information available with me, but I think as the city staff report recommends, that there'll be a mechanism through which that information or information similar to that will be collected, and that's something we'll obviously be participating in, yes.
You mean you don't currently collect it?
We'll have some information about where vehicles are and things like that. Obviously, the City of Toronto is a significant part of a broader GTA area. I don't think we would have an exact number at all points in time for just the City of Toronto boundaries. So probably not, I would say.
Okay. Do you know at any given point in time of the number of vehicles on the road, how many have passengers in them?
We do studies on this. The statistics aren't necessarily available for Toronto, but we've seen in a lot of cases, I guess what you're talking about is an efficiency ratio, how long a paying customer is in a car. I think you've seen...
No, I'm looking for how long is someone just driving around versus taking somebody somewhere.
Right, okay. We will have information that helps us find that out, yes, in many cases. And we use a range of different tools to do that, to make sure that somebody who is driving is making the most of their time online and have a passenger as much as possible. And what's really encouraging is there's a range of new technology that's all industry participants, including the taxi industry, are adopting to significantly increase that.
But so you don't currently know what the rates are for percentage of time that your drivers have a passenger?
I couldn't tell you exactly off the top of my head. There's been a range of studies that have been done on it. I was part of one recently that essentially looked at, that was done by a Victorian government in Australia, which indicated that for the PTC industry, the utilisation rate was about 60%, which was about double what it was for the taxi industry because of the ability for new technology to increase the efficiency of moving people around a city.
But so it sounds like you don't have statistics readily available. If we ask for that, you could provide it, however.
Yeah, with the city, we have extensive data sharing requirements. and we continue to be a really strong part of that. We contributed as much data as possible as part of the congestion management study. If there are other things that the city needs, not just to regulate the sector, but to do congestion management more broadly, we obviously welcome to be a part of that where we can be of assistance.
I'll take that as a yes, you can provide it.
I'm sure in some form we'll be able to do it. There's obviously some challenges with the City of Toronto being a smaller part of a broader city, which has complexities associated with it. But we'll provide information where we can to help the city, of course.
Thank you.
You stated that all your drivers are friendly and they're well-behaved, and you would not put up with any, let's say, stuff that disreputizes your company. Be correct?
We obviously have community guidelines, and everybody is respectful as part of that process, we hope for. I can't give you a 100% guarantee that every single individual who's ever taken an Uber trip has...
So if one of your drivers shows somebody else the finger, what would you do to him? Be specific, please.
Be specific. I don't think I could give you an exact answer for that. If there's a particular circumstance, I'd be happy to talk to you about it. But obviously, we have a set of community guidelines, and you have to be respectful as a passenger and a driver as part of that process. And what's really important, I think this is something that often gets missed, is it was a real challenge before because there was a lot of limited accountability. Because the fact that if you open the Uber app, you have to get prompted to rate someone on every single trip.
Through the chair, let's just go back.
Yep.
If one of your drivers was to show somebody the bird or the finger, what would you do to him?
I would have to know more information about the circumstances, but obviously that's something that does not meet community expectations. And if that's something that either you...
Sorry, Councillor, could you let me finish his answer before you ask him?
Well, but I mean, you know, the man is well versed, but he's not giving us a straight answer. So my question is simple. If you had the time, the vehicle license plate, and a picture of the driver, would you can him, yes or no?
Through the chair, obviously giving someone the finger is not appropriate behaviour in the vehicle for hire industry or anywhere else. If there's more information around specifics of an incident, we of course would be happy to look at it. I don't know if now is the right time to do that, but of course we would be happy to.
But there's no guarantee that you can him. Thank you. Well, nobody, you know, like...
Does anybody else have any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Next, I have Peter Anthosopoulos from the Spinal Cord Injury Ontario. Good afternoon, sir. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you to committee and thank you to city staff. Spinal Cord Injury Ontario has been involved in vehicle for hire bylaws and previous bylaws for over about 10 years now. We represent a large community of people with spinal cord injuries and other related disabilities in the City of Toronto, and we have invested interest to seeing a very inclusive, fair, and equitable transportation system here in the City of Toronto where people can enjoy and live the life they choose in a fully inclusive city. We've seen a variety of different models over the last 10 years. We've seen progression over the last 10 years, but we still need to see more progress being made in terms of ensuring that there's equitable, accessible services for people accessing transportation services in the City of Toronto. We have a variety of different recommendations and suggestions that we would like to provide in direct response to the city report, and we'd like to share those with you today. We have 3 areas that we wish to see the city focus on in terms of accessibility. The first is wait times. The second is maximizing the existing accessibility that we have today and looking at progression. And then the third is a variety of different safeguards with respect to the Accessibility Fund. I'm going to start with the first and talk about wait times. We've heard it throughout through deputations today. People want the ability to get around, and people want the ability to get around in a very suitable and expected standard. We believe that the industry standard in this city is approximately 10 to 12 minutes, and we believe that there's no reason why we can't put goals towards a 10 to 12-minute industry standard for accessibility everywhere in this city. So we'd like to challenge the report and the city staff to actually have provisions around wait times and challenge every brokerage and every body providing accessible services to be able to meet a standard of practice. One way to be able to achieve that is by looking at what's available in the city today and working on a plan to progress larger accessibility over time. Currently today, according to the city report, there's approximately 627 accessible vehicles available, whether it's a combination of Wheel-Trans on demand, but if you look at the number of on-demand services that are available in this city, it's less than 200. So how do we maximize those 627 vehicles that are on the road today to maximize a better wait time over time? I'd love to see brokerages and other private transportation companies work together with the city to look at best ways to maximize that, because we're really only harnessing 33% of our power that we see today. Third, I want to talk about the Accessibility Fund and provide some recommendations as well to the Accessibility Fund. Currently, right now, among all the fees that have been suggested within the report, there's expected to be a $5 million $5 million annual accessibility fund that should improve the progression of wait times and fair and equitable services. We've seen some incentives to help with conversion of vehicles and an annual kind of subsidy towards drivers if they meet certain criteria. I'd love to see the city go beyond that, right? Develop a governance structure, for instance, to support the city staff with people with disabilities and disability organizations. A governing structure that actually has authority to actually make changes when they're not seeing their strategy not working. My understanding is this accessibility fund and all the fees and incentives that have been incorporated within the city report is to be able to incentivize more accessibility. And what if that doesn't work? Is my question is, are we empowering the city to make decisions to be able to look at other ways to spend that $5 million a year to ensure the goal and the direction is met? I'm not so sure. I'd love to see some more provision in the Accessibility Fund to be more inclusive to disability organizations, be inclusive to more authority by people with disabilities to ensure we get the job right. Like I've said in the beginning of this deputation, there's been a variety of different models. We've gone from private taxis providing $40 flat rates to 100% accessibility legislation to 500 plus insurance, 500 vehicle fleets insurance to accessibility. But again, even today, we have this provision of 500 vehicle fleets to provide accessible service. And one of the provincial private vehicle companies are not even meeting that standard and are not providing accessible services whatsoever. And I'm not seeing any accountability or any enforcement when a person is not, a company is not even meeting the laws that the city has put forward. So I think I ran out of my time. I'd love some questions around these things, and I look forward to them. Thank you.
Sorry, are there any questions for the deputant? Councillor Filion?
What's your sense now of what the average wait times would be for an accessible vehicle?
So when in the GTA and the downtown core, I think there is around certain times a good wait times, around 10 minutes or so. Later in the day, it gets a little longer. And then overnight, like if there's the young crowds that want to be out till 2 in the morning and be able to take a cab or an Uber or a Lyft at later hours, it's very limited. And sometimes people get stranded.
Thank you.
Other questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
you. Next, I have Joseph Afternoon, sir. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen from Toronto Council and Chairman. My name is Joseph Tokach. I'm 77 years old. I have about 50 years experience in the taxi business in Toronto. I'm very sorry, but lately I'm doing not too well. Coming to the point, I have to go and sell my house because I cannot make a living on the taxi business. It's getting so bad that I cannot survive. So I'm going to have to sell my house and living in a welfare house. Sorry to say that the Toronto Council giving the License Commission such a free hand, and the License Commission from Toronto, it looks like having a double standard. As a taxi driver, I had to they tortured me for over 2 weeks to take a taxi license in my younger days, and every 2-3 years I had to renew it and go for another recourse. Today, an Uber taxi driver, he doesn't need a course today. He just provides a taxi license, and he can drive whatever he wants. On the insurance, as a taxi driver, he must to provide on his car an insurance, commercial insurance, between $7,000 to $15,000 insurance. How much is an Uber driver cost in 1 year to drive his Uber taxi? Or $1,000? That's a big difference. And the License Commission allowed to do this. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Next on the list is Terry Danilovich. Terry Danilovich. Good afternoon, sir. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Excuse me. I've been in the human resource relocation business with the City of Toronto for 46 years. I've been a taxi driver, taxi owner, limousine driver, limousine owner. And so I've had a broad perspective of what's happened in the business over the years. Thank you very much. I'd like to talk about privacy. About 15 or 20 years ago in Toronto, the City of Toronto, the licensing department, asked to get the financial records or the sheets from the taxi industry. The taxi industry at the time felt that that was an intrusion in privacy, and rightfully so. They settled that. In 2015, September, the licensing committee put out a report regarding the a preliminary report, a draft for the vehicle for hire business. Part of it indicated that it wanted to download a lot of what I would consider sensitive information. This is going to be the new system, downloading all the information of locations and everything else, and that would apply to the taxis and limousines. But that was only a draft. I became a little suspicious at the time, and I've done a little bit of research since then. I suspect that this new downloading of information, which is going to have identifier information, and you'll basically be able to say, we know what driver 1234 is making, how busy they are. This, I think, is a massive invasion of privacy. The information, if it's anonymized for planning purposes, traffic, environmental, there's probably a case for that under the City of Toronto Act. I think there's 11 different reasons why you can create a bylaw. So I understand that part. This is, I think, a very massive invasion and should be sent back. I'd like to just point out, I'm going to point out a few key words. I wasn't able to actually write an actual recommendation because this report was 200 pages long. I read every page thoroughly, but I couldn't craft a response because it was so large, not in 1 week. So some key words: Charter of Rights, Section 8, Income Tax Act, Privacy Act, warrantless data access, proprietary information, and production orders, which is basically asking for information that shouldn't really be asked for unless it's under a warrant. I would like to also point out I've made a point of, going online and doing a little bit of research on my own because lawyers are quite expensive, and I've used the CanLII website, and I found a large number of a wealth of information regarding decisions on invasion of privacy. Superior Court of Ontario, Ontario Court of Appeal, Divisional Court, Supreme Court of Canada, and the Information Privacy Commissioner for Ontario. I believe that I'm not suggesting that we should go to court. Courts are very expensive. I know that already. And but this is something that I think we should go back and speak to staff about to say, how can we give you information that you need to do your job? And it also includes accessibility without doing this big brother central command and control where they know all and see all. It's gone from what you call a prescriptive approach to bylaw enforcement to, I think the term is risk-oriented or risk management. It sounds very frightening. Once it's in, it's in. It's very hard. Once you give up your rights, it's very hard to get those rights back. I would ask that we have another kick at the can with staff for this topic and some other topics as well. The landscape in Toronto, as you know, has been littered with, actually in all of Canada. You've got Sidewalk Labs, you've got Facebook issues, you've got Desjardins just a few days ago, and the media is just filled with concerns about privacy. How far can you go to get into our lives? I would suggest that this might be going a little too far. It's an ask, but I think you've gone too far. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Next on the list is Sam Moyney. Good afternoon, sir. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sam Moyney. I'm the president of the Fleet Operators Association of Toronto. For the people that don't know, fleet operators are our garages, they call it, some people. We operate and own the vehicles, and we pay for all the expenses when it comes to repairs, insurance, and we give the opportunity to drivers, taxi drivers, to be able to rent cars part-time, full-time. Majority of them are full-time, and we're here, to represent ourselves. A couple of things that I would like to discuss is that today we had a report come out with Ryerson when it comes to congestions in our city. Right now, if you look at all the news outlets today, they said that Ryerson University's study, which is a reputable university, has said that congestion has become significantly worse with the arrival of Uber and Lyft. We know this as the taxi industry because we see it every day as well. We see how many cars are out there. When we're working, people who are driving the cabs actually see the interaction between Uber drivers and customers and taxi drivers and customers and whatnot. And we've seen a significant increase of those vehicles on the road. Obviously, they are not really marked vehicles, so it's hard to disclaim them from actual transportation vehicles that are providing for work transportation. But this has become a significant issue in our city. As we know, I've been very politically available for the last 4 or 5 years regarding this issue. Congestion has been a huge concern for us in the city. And, what Uber and Lyft have done here is really made it a lot tougher for people to get around in our city when it comes to driving or using the TTC, the buses. They've added a tremendous amount, especially in the rush hour periods where it's most concerning to our citizens. The obvious answer here is to make sure there's a limit to the amount of vehicles there are, a cap, as everybody has said here, except the two companies themselves. The people who work for them, taxi drivers, Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, have all suggested this. Throughout the consultation, we've mentioned this many, many times, and I'm a little bit disappointed to see that it was not even mentioned at all in the report. Another issue that's very concerning to us as an industry, as a fleet operator who I've operated at about 5-6 years ago, close to 45 to 50 taxis. We prefer to have low-emission hybrid vehicles. All my cars personally are all low-emission and hybrid, as they are required by law. We want to hope that we make an even level playing field, making it the same for Uber and Lyft vehicles or PTC vehicles, and making sure that it's a balanced playing field. Not only is it beneficial for the industry, but of course we care about our environment and the pollution that we're protruding to our city. These are things that are no-brainers in my mind. A lot of people have, agreed with me that these are things that are very basic and things that we're always talking about when it comes to environment all over City Council. So, I think one of the major issues that a lot of people are having are mutually agreed upon, except obviously for the two companies, because they are a bottom line company, a corporation, foreign company that, is mostly concerned about their bottom line. And now that they've IPO'd, they have to be considerate about what their investors are saying as well and making sure they show profits. We, as Torontonians, majority of the taxi industry, I would say 99% of them live in Toronto and operate and have their families here. We want to see our city thrive. We want to see the people being treated fairly. And we want to make sure that, not only are we caring about the viability of an industry to make sure that it's sustainable for in the long run, but also that we're taking into consideration the safety and regulation that's necessary for our public when it comes to pollution, when it comes to congestion, when it comes to something interesting that the representative from Lyft said is that they're worried about the privacy for their drivers when it comes to cameras. Well, I can assure you guys that in Toronto taxi cabs right now, the cameras are only accessible to the police. And doing that, the privacy is not tainted. There's nobody has access to those pictures. The passenger doesn't have it, even the driver doesn't have it, even the brokerages don't have it, even the owner of the vehicle doesn't have it. Only the police and, of course, licensing and standard inspectors have access to those pictures. So at the end of the day, I'm watching all the deputations today. I've seen that the majority of the public, the majority of the drivers, the people who are actually doing the work support these options that were not mentioned in the report, such as the cap, making sure that all vehicles are eco-friendly and hybrid, and making sure that the safety aspects are brought back, training, inspections, all these things. And my goal today is hopefully that we can send this report back and get a little bit broader direction to staff to make sure that some of these things that we've heard here today are taken into account, and we can, hopefully have a better product, not only for the industry, but majority, of course, for the public. That's most concerning to us. And I think I explained to Councillor Holladay, one of the issues that the gentleman was talking, I know, Mr. Councillor Ainsley, you were asking about it too, the Section 63 that you were asking about, the plates on the shelf. Those are licenses because of the economic instability that's been infused on the taxi industry. A lot of these taxi licenses they say, quote unquote, put on the shelf, which has been given back to Commission for Safekeeping, because there's not enough security that, are they going to invest in a $20,000, $30,000 vehicle just to have the car sit there? So that's why at any given time right now, you'll see 500 to 600 of those licenses sitting in the shelf, and they're just concerned that their goal is not to lose that license or get it revoked, because some of them, they paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for them. So
Okay.
that's
Right.
it.
Thank you. Appreciate your deputation. Any questions? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Very much.
Next on the deputation list is Baruz Kamesh. Sorry, Baruz Kamsi. Sorry about that.
It's okay. We learn. How are you?
Good. How are you? You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I don't know what to say to you guys today because you heard it from everybody, and I think a lot of these people are trying to ask you to send back the report to the staff and come up with a better solution. Anyway, my name is Behruz Kamse, and thank you very much for providing us this day that we can come over here and talk about this report. Well, I know how to catch a liar. When you want to catch a liar, you ask them question. They say that in any given time, they have 3,500 cars on the road. And then they say, we serve 196,000 orders, or 196,000 orders a day. You divide that to the number of the cars that they have on the road, you're talking about 56 orders per car. How long does it take to service 56 orders in one day? Please do the math. You're talking about congestion in the city. Well, congestion comes as a result of way too many cars on the road, bicycle lines, constructions, all kinds of stuff that's happening in the city. And if we push all the vehicle, the taxi vehicle for hire into the low emission cars, we're still gonna have a problem with the environment, pollution, because what are you gonna do about the rest of the cars that are driving on the road? Are you gonna ask them, you should also go, get a hybrid cars? Come on, guys. 2 and 2 is 4, right? So, I hear today that many people, they came here from both sides. Some they say that they are not making money. Some they said they are making money. I don't understand. What's the truth? 80,000 cars on the road. I don't know how many there are on the road, but this guy says 3,500. Do you believe that 3,500 cars on the road and servicing 196,000 orders in one day? Can you believe that? If you believe that, then I rest my case. So, what are we going to do? What's the problem? Problem is, this city has a limited market for the taxi. Taxi drivers in this city, they don't have any benefits. What benefit a taxi driver receive in this city other than coming to work every day, 12, 14 hours a day to make a living? When they retire, what are they retire with? Sir, you retire from this job one day. No, serious. This is an important question. When you retire with a pension. Am I correct? You're probably getting, all kinds of benefits too, correct? Let's be honest, right? So, is a taxi driver is a human being? Does taxi driver, deserve to make a decent living? Does a taxi driver needs when he reaches an age to retire? Is he going to retire with what? Today, their investment has gone down to almost to zero. Many of them lost a lot of money. They mortgaged their house to buy a plate. That plate worth nothing. Is this good? Is this correct? Is this well? Is this fair? No, I don't think so. I don't think so that a taxi driver should be suffering. Some of these guys, now they're at the age of retirement, 70 years old. I can show you taxi drivers as 75 years old. They're still driving. They can't retire. Retire with what? We shouldn't have allowed this thing to happen 4 or 5 years ago. We should have thought about this. But now we are here. What are we going to do? And I think that's the question you guys have to deal with.
Okay, thank you. Can you wrap up, sir?
I'm done.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Next on the list is Larry Labovich from City Taxi. Good afternoon, sir. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good day, everyone. My name is Larry Labovich. I've been working in the Toronto taxi industry for exactly 50 years now. The long overdue report commissioned by the MLS is out, and the entire taxi industry could not be any more disappointed in its recommendations. Recently, the city of San Francisco, the birthplace of world headquarters of Uber, commissioned their own study on the impact of ride sharing. The results were that ride sharing was destroying their environment and their city through gridlock, emissions, and fossil fuel footprint. This morning, Ryerson delivered a similar report that you can find in the Star. For the Toronto MLS to conclude that there is no negative impact on the citizens of the City of Toronto is just plain naive at best, and in reality it's sinister. Be honest and say you are choosing the almighty buck over people's well-being. This recommendation will forever be referred to as the big lie, and repeating false information over and over again won't make the big lie turn to the truth. We can all see the endless stream of ride-sharing vehicles on the streets of Toronto and the damage to our environment they are causing. This very same council was patting themselves on the back recently over the first 20 electric buses in the city. To say that you've lost your way, councillors, is almost too kind to you. Secondly, the notion of safety training alluded to in this report not only lacks specifics, but patronizes the very people that have lost their lives due to untrained drivers, ride-sharing drivers. The requirement won't start until 2020, allowing another year of untrained and unchecked ride-sharing drivers to flood our streets that are already overcrowded. Thirdly, let's give the notion of a level playing field a proper burial here. You never intended to level the playing field, and the 2 times the MLS had the chance to do it, they failed miserably. The insurance for taxi and ride-sharing is neither the same product or the same cost for both. The rates that consumers pay are neither the same product or the cost for both. Lack of safety cameras for consumers in ride-sharings and limos are neither the same product or cost for both. The net effect is anyone can show up in our city with little or no experience and with little effort be driving for ride-sharing companies so eager to add fresh meat to their platforms. They might have only been in Toronto for a day. Forget that they don't know the streets. Forget that they have no idea where they're going. Forget that the screening process is half-assed. Page won't open now. Aha. Keep adding fees to taxis, like your proposed $300 operator fee, the same time watering down any existing rules on ride-sharing. Avoid at all costs, councillors, the notion of capping ride-sharing vehicles at any number. Avoid the inconvenient truths. Continue down the path of deregulation of the existing taxi industry while telling existing plane owners who have lost their retirement that it isn't your responsibility to make reparation for the damage you and other city councils before you have done. This report solves nothing. In fact, it only makes inequities worse. Scrap this report in its entirety and begin an honest dialogue with the industry stakeholders about what is fair for everyone to make a decent living. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming in today. Next on the list is Avatar Sekon.
Avatar had to leave, but I have his presentation on my phone if I can read it on his behalf. It's a short presentation.
Sorry, it's on your phone?
Yeah, I can just read it out.
Yep, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Can you go someone first, and then I'll...
Did you want to email it in, sir? Or?
I can, if you wish.
If you can email, that'd be great.
Okay, do you have the email address? Or?
Yep, one of the clerks will give you the email address, and then it'll be on record. Next I have Joe Ironi, the Ontario Limousine Owners Association.
Joe had to step out to take a call. Could we skip him and move on
Yep.
to the next one?
So I've got 2 left, so after that I have Javid Wali. Good afternoon, sir. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start my deputation, I just want to tell the city politician, we had this issue in 2016. Unfortunately, they put their shoes before they put on their socks. But this time, it's my humble request to you guys, please take your time. This is a very important issue for...
Sorry, sir, I need you to start your deputation.
Well, go, you put my clock, it's okay. This report, I don't know at the end what you guys gonna vote for. In this report, everything is in gray, nothing is in black and white. They talk about the training, but they didn't say how. They talk about changing the definition of camera, but they didn't say how. They are talking about snow tires. I'm sure most of you guys don't know the difference between snow tire and M+S tires. M+S tire is for mud and snow. It basically means it's an all-season tire. If you guys want to know the importance of camera installed in the vehicle, please go and ask the family of those young ladies who have been sexually assaulted in PTC cars. Please go in Oshawa and ask the young kids who was sexually assaulted in a PTC car. You want to know the importance of training? Don't ask the staff. Don't ask me. Don't ask Ubers. Go ask Nick Cameron moms how important is the training. Please don't rush this report. Send it back. There is a lot of things missing. Please regulate this industry for the sake of the safety of the public, not for Uber, not for taxi. Safety of the public should be the paramount of this report. Unfortunately, they missed it in 2016. I've been attending this deputation 4 times this year. They have one session for the fleet operator and one session for the owners. I don't see nothing about the fleet operator in this report. There is nothing about the cab owner in this report. We talk about the PTC out of town. They are coming from Hamilton, from Oshawa, they are working at City of Toronto. There is nothing in this report. We talk about the insurance. In 2016, there was a motion passed that the PTC driver, they should provide a proof from their insurance company that they are doing PTC job. There is nothing in this report. Please do not rush. Send back this report to the staff with direction and let them come back with proper report. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. I have Alan Matrosov. Matrosov?
You got it.
3rd time lucky. Sorry about that.
Not a problem.
You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. My name's Alan Matrosov. I'm representing Checkers Taxi. Checkers Taxi is a family business. We've been a taxi brokerage, a private transportation brokerage, specializing with accessible transportation for over 30 years. We currently are the only taxi brokerage in the City of Toronto to provide a fully dedicated taxi fleet, which means all our vehicles are 100% accessible and universally designed. From 2014 to 2018, we provided over 1.5 million trips. And what's important about that is not one rider had to identify themselves as needing special transportation needs. They just called our taxi brokerage, and we provided them service. A little bit background, Alex Matrosov is the owner of Checkers Taxi. His accolades and award address his dedication to the accessible transportation industry. He's been recognized by the Lieutenant Governor David Only, and was awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award and Humanitarian Award by the International Association of Transportation Regulators. Over the past few months, I've attended, presented, and participated in MLS public consultation meetings. I've met with councillors and their staff, and I sat down with the chair of MLS and the executive members committee and spoke with various stakeholders and organizations and disability right advocacy groups. In each meeting, there was one common concern: the lack of on-demand accessible transportation in the city of Toronto. What I'm about to present follows the city's path from 2014, which was to make all the taxis in the city accessible. What I'm proposing is a new tier of brokerage. It's Taxi 2.0 is what we're calling it. It's an inclusive design taxi brokerage where all the vehicles would be 100% inclusively designed. This follows what the city tried to do. The difference between now and then, I feel, is the city tried to force the hands of the operators to make the change. Our proposal is to work with the city and the riders to make this a viable solution. Any brokerage can apply to be a Taxi 2.0 brokerage, and so as long as they meet things that have been brought up in today's presentation, such as safety, vehicle safety, vehicle modifications, maybe environmentally friendly incentives, technology, and training. Incentive to this program is a no-cost solution to the city. The industry concern currently is that the cost of these vehicles and operating are too high. We heard many different possible solutions by MLS to address the issue, one of which in the report was to cover the cost of the conversion, which is about $26,000 plus, which comes out to about $400 a month. This would be coming from the Accessibility Fund, which has been collecting from ride-sharing services. We believe this is a short-term fix for a short-term fix. Our proposal comes to a no-cost solution again that has longevity. It asks the city to support and increase business traffic by making Brokerage 2.0 its preferred taxi brokerage provider. Any transportation contracts such as hospital, Wheel-Trans, nursing homes can only be awarded to Brokerage 2.0 fleets. This is a supply and demand approach that will encourage more operators to invest in accessible vehicles. We are asking that MLS have flexibility on the number of accessible plates. That is to say that a broker can, if the broker can demonstrate a demand of accessible vehicles, the demand for accessible vehicles aside, that MLS release more additional accessible plates. This will help control the demand service we have in the city. The third point is outreaching to surrounding municipalities. This again incentivizes more operators to make the jump to a 2.0 brokerage and an accessible brokerage. So where right now city borders limit where operators could go, where ride-sharing service could go cross-border. With this incentive, a financial business incentive, it'll help operators get more business, make these expenses, and cover their costs. So it'll also help us achieve the goal of AODA, which is coming up shortly. In conclusion, this proposal is a feasible, no-cost solution that benefits independent owners, operators, and is AODA compliant. I'd like to point out the accessibility fund we're proposing would go to lowering the cost of the taxi meter fare for the rider. This again will create a competitive market that'll help the current industry get more business and be a less expensive trip for the riders.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of the deputy? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in today. And then I'm just going to go back Joe Irone, Ontario Limousine Owners Association.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption earlier.
That's okay. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so my name is Joe Irone, and I'm with the Ontario Limousine Owners Association. I represent companies that offer prearranged limousine service. So it's a very small segment of the industry, not one that you've even heard of today from what I've been listening to. There's only about 500 and some odd vehicles licensed with the City of Toronto. So it's a small part of the entire ecosystem that has been discussed today. I would like to thank the staff for the work that they did on this. There was a lot of hours put into the consultation, and I know that the ones that I attended were very well run. It was meaningful conversation, and I think that a lot went into coming up with this report. Now, I'm not really looking to speak to the elements of the report that you've heard about today with respect to the conflicts between taxi and PTC. I'm only concerned really with the elements that relate to the limousine industry. I've been lobbying City Hall for 25 years, I guess. I've been in the business over 30, but I've been involved in licensing issues for over 25 years in all areas of the negotiations that have gone on in the past for the different versions of the bylaws that we've had to live under. We were under a 20-year licensing freeze up until 2006, where there was, I believe, only 318 licenses issued to our industry. So it was impossible to expand our businesses if we had the need. And my focus also over the last 25 years is trying to have the city understand the fundamental differences between our world and the world of taxi. And unfortunately, in the past, we've had to take certain bylaw structures because of the past conflict where taxis had relayed concerns of us taking their business. And that was one of the reasons for the freeze, because the city couldn't really figure out how do we make this whole thing work without upsetting the apple cart. And I think that we had some meaningful conversation during the consultation process, and staff really understood the fundamental differences between how we operate and how the on-demand world operates, and the fact that regulations that are tailored to us need to be different, and they need to speak to the challenges that we have in our industry and not copy and pasted from the taxi side just because it's easier to do that. And that's something that we faced over the last 25 years. After 2006, when we came to terms on removing the freeze on our license issuance, we had to live under a ratio where we had to operate stretch limousines. We were forced to operate stretch limousines to this day in order to have sedan licenses. And that is our biggest challenge today. And what I want to really request from this committee is that it's evident that there are still challenges with this report, despite the amount of hours and consultation and feedback that was provided leading up to producing this report. And I'm not sure whether you are going to decide to move this report forward or give it back to staff for other considerations. But what I would like to ask is that the part with respect to the limousine industry be carved out and moved forward to council regardless, because as you have not heard today, there doesn't seem to be any issues with our side of the industry. In fact, you could ask staff in terms of complaints about service and so forth, and there's really nothing on record because of, again, the fundamentals of the way we run our businesses. We handle complaints in-house, and we survive on repeat business. We service private and corporate clients, and therefore we have to make sure that our service levels are high enough to keep our clients happy. So those kind of reports don't get moved to the city level. So I would really like to stress upon this committee that it's gravely important for us to have our section of the report move forward, because part of it is the ratio, and we need to have that ratio removed, because I think many of you, just by visually looking around the streets, you don't see stretch limos running around anymore. Yet we're forced to have these pieces of equipment that sit in our driveways and are totally useless to us. So it's an economic burden on us, and it's one that's not put on any other part of the transportation world. Couple of other things, you know, the training that the staff is reporting. We're supportive of training, although we don't want to have it in a manner that it is difficult for us to conduct business. In the past, we have been subject to training, but it was impossible to bring drivers on board because it would take 2 months before a training course was even available. But from my understanding in speaking with staff, they're looking to design the training, not recommending something in specific at the moment, which is fine, because we would be supportive of something like a defensive driving course for our drivers. We don't need training for customer service. That's inherent upon us to do.
Sorry, can you wrap up, please?
Sure. Again, the cap, you've talked about, that's something that should not be applied to us. So I just want to make sure that there's no copy and pasting going on. And lastly, I would like to say that the issue of staging that was raised earlier, we would also be in support of removing that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Councillor Holyday?
Thanks for speaking to us, and thanks for waiting through a long day. I wondered if you could unpack the issue of staging a bit more. I'll just bring it up. I know it's a different association, but there was some correspondence from the Toronto Limousine Drivers Association, and they had expressed concerns about staging, perhaps that was built into the software. But I wondered if you could describe the differences. You, as a representative of limousines, you know, your work is done by order. People call in to a central place and things are scheduled, versus things that are ad hoc, or cars that are lined up and staged. And then we also know the PTCs use a different system to dispatch, which is electronic. And could you help me understand a little bit about what the concerns are out there around these regulations with staging?
Sure. I think to understand the whole staging issue, you really need to understand the history on it. And the reason that came about was prior to the 80,000 taxis that the city added through these private transportation companies, the only two players were the taxi and limo. And historically, there was an issue between the two worlds, and there was a very strong lobbying effort on the side of the taxis in the past. And it goes back to the issue where the taxis were claiming that we were stealing their business, because what would happen is at hotels, there would be doormen sending work to limousine drivers if customers requested something like that. So the solution was, okay, well, we're not going to allow limos to stage at hotels unless they have a prearranged order within 20 minutes. So that got extended to places of business and recreation areas. The problem is, drivers are getting caught up in not being able to go to the bathroom. You know, if they want to go to one of our hotel partners and use the washroom there, they're getting tickets for that. If they're outside venues like Scotiabank Arena or the Dome, they're waiting on a prearranged order because they brought somebody to the facility and now they have to pick them up later on. Well, you've got to get there early in order to get in close proximity, but they're not within the boundaries of the law because it only allows you to be there if you have a prearranged pickup within 20 minutes. So those are challenges. Plus, we are no longer the threat to the taxi industry that we were once made out to be. Now you have a whole other system that is true taxi competition. So we are not a threat. We're a very small part of the pie.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay. Any other questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
That was our last deputant, so we're now on questions of staff. Does anybody have questions of staff? Nobody? Councillor Karygiannis?
Thank you, Chair, to you, staff. Really appreciate all the work that you've been doing on this rather difficult file. Now, we heard from some people that they say you didn't capture the whole picture and maybe we need another crack at it. Certainly, we heard about the aspect of safety, be it snow tires, be it cameras in the cabs, both PTC and cabs. We also heard that they needed to. We should have a designated set of garages where cars go and get checked versus the back alleys, as one of the deputies referred to. I was wondering if you can comment on that, please.
Okay, so there's a lot there, so I may have to ask you to repeat it because I'll try to touch on most of the ones that you addressed. The designated set of garages, where the inspections are required is from a garage that is licensed by the MTO. So they're already certified, and they can get them at their own leisure, at their own time, versus having to wait in line or book appointments. With respect to public safety, the snow tires, I'll start with those. All three categories of limousine, PTC, and taxi are required to have snow tires. It's in the bylaw right now, and it's in all three places. The cameras, again, we recommend them in taxi because it's of the hail. With respect to limousines, those are pre-organized trips, and there's also the privacy piece that was mentioned by the deputant. And then the PTCs, the cameras, we are not recommending them. Again, there is other security features with the app where you know who your driver is, what the license plate is, so you know that. We are allowing them voluntarily. If they choose to have a dash cam, they can, but we're not going to mandate the piece. Is that everything?
We clearly heard from the PTC driver, the lady, I can't remember if she's still in the room, that she has been assaulted, I believe she said once, and this is why she keeps her dash cam. I'm just wondering if it's not be advisable that what's good for the taxi industry also be utilized in the PTC, that they have a dash cam in their cars in order to protect them as well as the drivers, because we have, I mean, to protect the drivers plus the passengers. You know, there's been incidents reported where the passengers have been assaulted.
Yeah, so clearly we don't want assaults of the driver or the passenger. In this case, Erla was her name, and I've spoken to her a couple times. She chooses to have one for her own safety. Other drivers do not want to have one. So
It's not an issue of privacy. Would that be correct?
I believe it is an issue of privacy, yes.
Well, how does that differ from an issue of privacy of the taxi cab?
It's because, yeah, so it's a personal car and a personal camera, whereas a taxi, it's regulated. You know, everyone knows that they've had taxis, I mean, cameras in taxis since, I believe, 2001. So it's clearly understood by people riding taxis that there's a camera in the car and they are being filmed.
Well, shouldn't the same thing be applying to PTC? I mean, if you're riding a taxi and you know that you're on camera, if you're riding PTC, you're still riding a livery means.
It's a personal car, and it's being used part-time for that purpose. They can choose to have a dash cam. If they choose to, they should also, I think what we're recommending in the report is that they post that you are being filmed. No.
So riding a limo, a taxi cab, or stretch limo, we need snow tires. But riding in a PTC vehicle, you're recommending no snow tires. What's the difference between them, please?
No, they are recommended on all vehicles, all three categories. Our officers, if there isn't a snowflake on your tire, they're given a week to replace them.
PTCs right now only have all-wheel, all-season vehicles.
That's not correct,
PTCs
sir.
do not have snow tires.
That's not correct.
So, sorry, let me rephrase. Am I to understand that PTC vehicles must mandatory have snow tires? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
You sure? Okay.
Yes,
I'll
correct.
take your word, okay. Is more work, I mean, we heard repeatedly that there's more work needed on this particular file, and the people have pointed out the security issues. We did have the mother that said that her son, while riding the Uber vehicle, was killed. Now, shouldn't we listen to them, what they're trying to tell us?
I've spoken with Cheryl several times. She's a strong advocate for safety. We have a lot of public safety elements here. With the handheld, has to be secured with mandatory training. There's a lot of pieces that we have in here that I think are good pieces moving forward.
Okay. Other questions? Questions of staff? Councillor Holyday?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard it come up, it manifested in different ways in the speaking today, but there was this notion of putting a cap onto the PTC companies. And I know there was some concerns that it didn't come up in the report. I just wondered if staff looked at that concept. The feedback must have come through in different ways, and I wondered if there was some rationale you could offer to us as to why it's not part of the recommendations.
Sure. It is something that certainly came up during the consultations where it was raised that there is a need for a cap. What I said was at these consultations, which I was at many of them, was that we would monitor what New York was doing, the only city that provides a cap other than Kingston, Ontario, that we would monitor how they're doing it, understand how it works, before we would knee-jerk and come up with our own cap. The Ryerson study that has been referenced several times today talks about a cap. It does not come up with a number. It just says it should be a cap.
Thank you. Also, recommendation number 63, and I won't read it, but it talks about linking the plate to a vehicle, if I've got that right. I wondered if you could also elaborate a little bit of the policy rationale on that and help me understand what your intentions are as staff and then in the report, and juxtaposed against what the concern was raised by a speaker that the plates seem to be in flux, and there was concern that if it wasn't matched to the vehicle, it became a problem for the owner.
Yeah. So when this clause originally came up in the bylaw, was really to deal with someone's health, or they were going to be out of town, and it allowed you to put your plate on the shelf for a period of time while you were recovering from surgery or from a broken leg. The changes that have happened the last few years has been about economic certainty, and that is why more people have put their plates on the shelf. Because again, it's been a challenging time over the last 2 years while adjusting to new entrants into the market.
So is it an intended consequence, though, that if the plates are on the shelf, that we may begin to see people that are going to have to make a decision when it comes time to renewal as to whether or not they want to sustain the plate or not renew it at all?
Correct. We've been fairly lenient over the last 2 years, understanding the economic circumstances again. And but the plate is meant to be attached to a vehicle. For example, there are 34 TTLs on the shelf, which means accessible service isn't being provided by those 34 vehicles. And we've heard a lot of deputants today about the importance of accessible on-demand service.
Do you think there are other people out there that would like the plate then? Is it at the point that they'd like to acquire the plate so that they can operate the vehicle? I'm just trying to understand the downside or the reasoning why we would want somebody that has a plate, and whether or not they want to use it, they effectively have to give it up because of economic reasons when it comes time to renewal if they don't have it connected with a car.
So we're not directly involved in the sale of the plates. They record when there is a sale, and they self-report what the value is. There are over 800 drivers on the waiting list that may be interested in some of these plates. There may be opportunities for sale, but that's not something we're involved in.
I see, so that's important, so there's a waiting list for the plates still.
For drivers on the waiting list, not necessarily for a plate. Sorry, it is for a plate, correct.
So people waiting on a waiting list for a plate. Okay, and I guess I maybe got about a minute left. I wondered if you could talk to me a little bit about this notion of staging that's come up a couple of times, where there was some concerns about the existence or non-existence of regulation around that, and if there was any way to deal with any of the concerns that may have been raised by, I guess it's the PTC luxury vehicle drivers and the advocacy of the limousine drivers around those regulations.
So staging is not permitted because these are supposed to be pre-booked. I think it's 30 minutes is the minimum time, but they're typically, again, because they're pre-ordered, they're the day of, or it's the next day or the next week, and staging, again, is not permitted currently.
Do we have a problem with PTC drivers either in regular vehicles or in luxury vehicles staging in a way? I guess there's an accusation in one of the letters that's been submitted to the committee that somehow is going on through the electronic systems, and I don't know. I just don't know if that's come up in your consultation and if you've given that any consideration.
I'm going to defer that to our manager of vehicle for hire enforcement, just to clarify what's actually happening.
Thank you.
Through the chair, sir. The PTC vehicles, the way that the algorithm works on the selection process for the fare doesn't permit them to sit in one location and guarantee that they're the next one. So for example, if I'm driving an Uber Black and I'm sitting at the Sheraton Hotel, I could be wasting my time because the call goes out the way that the algorithm's set up. It doesn't necessarily come to me, so we do not encounter that as a significant problem.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Nunziata?
Yes, just wanted to touch on the public consultations that were held, because we've been asked by a number of deputants, like to send it back, to review, to keep having dialogue. The public consultation process, from my understanding, that you did a lot of advertising on these meetings, and the meetings range from 12 to 66 participants?
That's correct. We held 18 sessions, 9 in the fall and 9 in the spring. We, again, trying to encourage participation, went with a broader range of advertising through a direct email, Twitter, social media, various pieces. The challenge, I think, in this industry is it's before us every year, and consultations and saturation has been a challenge.
So even though that we did additional paid advertising, so they're not participating? What's the reason for that? They're not interested, or why aren't they participating? Because they come here and make deputations and say they want consultations.
Yeah, no. I can't speak to why they weren't participating as well. Many of the people that are in the room today were at one or two or many of the 18 sessions. Again, participation was lower than in previous years, but I think we still got really good feedback. We also got feedback through a driver survey as well.
Okay, just a question. Are there restrictions on distance? For example, can you refuse a passenger because of the distance that they're wanting to go to?
No, you cannot. That's called in the industry short fare refusal, and it is not permitted.
It's illegal, right?
That's correct.
So even if you want to go a block, they can't deny your fare.
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Sorry, done. Sorry. Other questions of staff? Councillor Filion?
In your section on mandatory training, you talk about criteria still to be developed. What is your expectation on how that criteria will be in relation to cab drivers? How will the private vehicles be in the training you foresee be similar in scope to that provided for cab drivers?
Yeah, so what we've provided is 16 different criteria under 5 sections that we think are really important for all drivers to attend. The methodology on how that is delivered and by whom is something that we want to be certified by the city, but not delivered by the city. We are open to different ways of training. We have had a number of consultations, and I think it has been brought up today. Again, the Centennial College has a defensive driving. The onus is really on the PTC companies and on the brokerages and owners and the companies to train their staff and the people that work for them. We want to promote customer service, public safety, defensive driving, navigation, drop-off, pickup. There's a number of issues in the industry that need to be addressed, and we want to give some flexibility. This list can be expanded upon. It is at the delegated authority of the executive director of MLS, and the program would need to come in, would need to then be certified. But it also allows that flexibility in year 2022 and 2023 that we need additional training on subject X or Y. We could add that, which I think is a positive.
But are you looking for an equivalent level of training?
We're looking for an equivalent level of training that the content meets the criteria that's set out on pages 41 and 42 of the report.
Thank you.
Sorry, so I wanted to start with, so the accessibility fund, what do we do if that doesn't work? And I only ask that because the questions asked the three representatives from Uber were pretty coy about their benchmarking around wheelchair accessible vehicles. I asked them a number of different ways. So if we have this fund set up and they're not going to use it, how do we force them to put accessible cars on the road or accessible vehicles?
So again, the challenge has been getting people to move towards accessible. It's a more costly service to deliver. The fund is meant as an incentive to cover the higher cost of the vehicle. And then there's a second part that looks at the service standards and to make sure it's being used for what it's intended to be used for, and that is delivering accessible service. If they are not meeting those service standards, they would not be eligible for the fund. They are a big funder of the fund based on per trips. Per non-accessible trips, an additional 10 cents on the 30.
Okay, because like the math that I've done now, so the taxi cab industry, accessible wheelchair vans, it's about 13% of their fleet, and Uber, they're 0.5%.
That's correct. And the 13% is an accurate number, and again, was driven highly by the Pan Am Games being here and by the reforms in 2014 and 2016. Uber, it's my understanding that they provide the accessible on-demand service by working with partners that are a part of that 13%.
Okay, and so at the staff side of things, do you have a benchmark you're looking at for taxi cabs and Ubers to have wheelchair accessible vehicles on the road?
So what we're trying to do is make sure that it's accessible on demand so that able-bodied person or a disabled body person can get a service within the same standard.
So you don't have a concrete number of, because they said, we meet our target, we have a target of 5 minutes, so we meet it. Do we have a target on the city side of, is it number of vehicles or a time limit?
It's hard to put an exact number on it or a target. 13%, we need to make sure that we've heard a lot of deputations as well that it's not being used for that service. Peter from the spinal cord injury group really expressed that we need to find better ways for the accessible vehicles that we have to providing the accessible service.
Okay.
And that's what our focus is on, getting people who have these vehicles to be providing the service.
Okay, all right. And then there was the comment about pooling wheelchair accessible vehicles across different taxi cab companies. Has that been looked at, or there were some comments about one of the deputies said that had been brought up a number of times in meetings with staff and the consultation and was talked about and then didn't go anywhere.
Rereading the question and behind you there.
Yeah. So the pooling of accessible cabs. One of the deputants brought up that had been talked about a number of different times and then didn't seem to go anywhere.
Correct. We're trying to allow the different industries to operate how they want to operate rather than dictating how it's done. What we want to ensure, again, whoever's involved in these space is using these vehicles for their intended purposes, and what we're really driving is how to make sure that they're being used for accessible service.
So they could pool on their own, you're saying?
If they want to, yes.
All right, okay. And then the other comment that was brought up was around wheelchair training.
So for the delivery of the wheelchair service, it needs to be part of a brokerage. So that is the regulation on your previous question. The wheelchair training, there is accessible training in the bylaw as of today, definitely as a requirement.
But not for PTC?
For anyone who's providing wheelchair service.
Okay, they have to take the training.
That's correct.
Okay. And then police background checks for PTC drivers,
All drivers are required to have a police background check.
cab and PTC?
Yes, taxi drivers, taxi owners, PTC drivers.
Okay. And then getting back to, I'm still trying to get my head around, we have 88,000 PTC cars, and there's 10,000 taxi cabs in the city, roughly?
No, there's about 90,000 PTC drivers. There are 13,000 taxi drivers and about 5,500 taxis.
And how many PTC licenses?
90,000.
90,000. So the city for taxi cab licenses, we have a formula that we determine how many taxi cab licenses there are?
No, there was a cap established a number of years ago. The 90,000, again, is a significant number.
Oh, no, sorry, I'm just trying to, so taxi cabs, how do we determine how many licenses there, is there a formula?
Mr. Chair, it used to be done on a per capita basis. In 2016, when we issued additional licenses, it was based on achieving a service equivalency.
Sorry,
Service equivalency.
okay, so there was,
So any issuance of new taxi licenses is only done subject to the direction of council. In 2016, there was a recommendation to release an additional 1,000 taxi cab licenses, 200 over each of the next 5 years, but that was not endorsed or adopted.
okay, and then for PTC, it's just whoever wants to apply for one? So when do we determine if there's going to be a PTC market saturation point?
The challenge is, again, the data to support a cap or what that right number is challenging. Again, we're hearing 3,500 cars on the road typically per day.
That's okay. I'm just trying to understand the difference between, so the number of taxi licenses we seem to have, we had a set formula, and then we upped it. So there's a cap, for lack of a better word. And then for PTC, it's just as long as people keep applying for one.
That's the current state, and again, the PTC drivers drive an average of 15 to 20 hours per week, so it's part-time, it's not full-time.
And we have that information from Uber, like Uber and Lyft, for example, or that's what how do you determine that, the 15 hours a week?
That is self-reported from Uber and Lyft and from talking to Uber and Lyft drivers.
Okay, all right. Okay, and I've hit my time. Sorry. Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis, you wanted a second round?
Mr. Chairman, I think we should have.
Sorry, Councillor Nunziata? I was just going to ask. Thank you. Okay. All right, so the second round. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, so second round. Councillor Karygiannis?
Thank you. Chair, through you to staff, Mr. Carlton, let me repeat the question I put to you before. You said something about tires and snow tires being allowed for Uber. I remember distinctively that was Councillor Burnside that made the motion that we allow the Uber with all-wheel tires. Now, is there somewhere in the bylaw that states that Uber must be driving snow tires? Is there somewhere in the bylaw that you can point that out to me, please? Or did maybe... I distinctly remember it was...
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. The existing bylaw 546-113, Section 5, A5, requires that no PTC or PTC driver shall operate or permit the operation of a PTC vehicle unless that vehicle is equipped with snow tires or all-weather tires from December 1st to April 30th.
Snow tires or old weather. Okay, fair enough. Now, you said that we have anywhere to be about 3,500 vehicles on the road from Uber at any given point in time?
Again, that's self-reported. We do not have the data that validates whether that is accurate or inaccurate.
This is Uber telling us that this is the number of vehicles that they got on the road. We have not inspected, we haven't looked at the data, correct?
We know the number of trips, but it's very difficult to determine the number of vehicles on the road at one time.
Their number of trips,
Including enforcement, we can't be counting in all parts of the city.
the number of trips, I think, has increased ninefold. The number of trips has increased ninefold.
Through the chair, yes, it has increased due to yes, it has.
So that would only extrapolate that there's more vehicles on the street. Would I be incorrect? I mean, you can't satisfy the ninefold if you don't have 9 times as many cars.
It's difficult to say. Again, one of the deputies also talked about the number of trips per driver, so it could be met by the same number of cars at the same time. It's difficult to say exactly the exact number.
When was the last time that we did an audit of Uber and what they're telling us, like the number of trips, the number of vehicles, that we looked at their books as about the insurance that they must have, that we looked at their police records? Have we done an audit on Uber? Chair,
Sorry, Councilor Nunziata? Councilor Holiday? Councilor Filion?
So we have a compliance unit that is looking at matters like this. We look at trip data, we look at police checks, we look at vehicle abstracts, we look at Uber licenses that have been applied for that are rejected. We believe strongly in this and have a compliance team that looks very closely at this.
Now, wouldn't we have a city policy that says we should have hybrid vehicles? Why are we not applying this policy to Uber and the PTC companies in order for them to have hybrid vehicles as we encourage the taxi industry?
So the emissions piece in the hybrid vehicles was in the past reviews was not something we had recommended. It was on the floor of council, and it was approved. People have embraced it, but we've also heard it's been challenging for the industry with the way it's the vehicles that can be. It limits the number of vehicles that we use. For an example, and if we use the 7.6 rating that was used earlier, in 2019, Toyota Camry with a 6-cylinder would not qualify. Only a 4-cylinder. And 4 cylinders, so then again, the vehicle is not being used as long and potentially are in, needs to be replaced.
Let me understand this. The floor of council, we moved, and I guess we gave direction in order to have hybrids.
Yeah.
Hybrids is something that the city is imposing on our own vehicles. And yet, we're not supporting hybrid for the PTCs? Please help me understand this.
So what we are doing is allowing flexibility for when it's time to change your vehicle, that you have more vehicle options. Hybrid is one of them, but we're not prescribing it. We want to, in future, when we have greater data and greater understanding of this issue, move towards an incentive-based emissions program. We're not there yet. We do not have the data, but we've heard from the industry that it has been challenging to, when purchasing a vehicle, when the vehicle list changes each year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else have questions for the second round? No speakers? No speakers? Councillor Karygiannis?
I do have a motion, Chair, that I'd like to put up on the screen, please. I'm moving that we refer this to the Executive Director for more clearance and for something to come back in the third quarter of 2019. Public safety issues, increasing the number of mandatory inspections, with inspections to be done by licensing outside service centers. We heard from deputants that sometimes it's backlane garages that give inspection requirements, requiring all vehicles for hire and private transportation companies to be equipped with snow tires during the winter season, not to have the flexibility of having snow tires and/or all-weather tires. Requiring all vehicles for hire to have, and private transportation companies to be equipped with in-car cameras. We clearly heard that from some of the deputants that they said they had their dash cams, and when they were asked, they were supportive of it. Training courses, I'm sure that something like this could be that should be both. accredited institutions, they said something about the Centennial College, but we didn't get clarification, both for vehicles and private transportation companies. The National Tal for the requirement for non-accessible replacement vehicles be alternative fuel, hybrid, or low-emission vehicles with assist the environmental sustainability. We did hear from, I believe it was the gentleman that was here from the Environment TO sitting in the back over there, that he told us how many people have died because of carbon emissions and everything else. We need to make sure, I mean, we left, there's a hole there that the executive director said that we don't know about the report, how many vehicles and what effects it has on it. So I would recommend that we send this back and have a deeper dive into it and come back and let us know how many numbers we should have and everything else that I put down. Done?
Wow, that was quick.
You want me to go on? I can keep going on. I can.
More minutes if you like, but if you don't want to, I'm okay with that too.
Chair, I want to thank you for reminding me I have 3 more minutes. I think we held loud and clear. Well,
I was kidding.
I'm going to take advantage of it. I think we had loud and clear, not only from the taxi industry, but as, it's okay. Thank you, John. As well as the people that drive for PTC, that there's pieces there that need to be relooked, and there's pieces there that safety is mandatory. I mean, there was a woman here today that was telling us about her son and how he died while the driver was going the wrong way to the airport. So I think we need to address those issues, and I think we need to make sure that we allow our Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards to come back with us for a farther and a better report. I think we heard that from everybody, and certainly the pieces of safety is something that needs to be looked upon and not to be taken it for lightly, but to be taken for serious. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? Councillor Filion?
Yes, I have a motion with a couple of parts to it. And I suspect there's a lot of motions asking for additional information from staff. I'm hoping that staff can do that directly to the council meeting as opposed to us not making a decision on that. I guess if there's so many of them, staff will have to let us know what's possible. But these 2 motions deal with appropriate wait time standards for accessible private transportation companies and vehicles for hire, and how we could monitor that in an annual report, and to make sure that we achieve the appropriate standard, and also a way of monitoring the number of PTCV vehicles on the road, and the percentage of them that are occupied. In general, I think, and I thank the staff for a very comprehensive report, and it's impossible to make everybody happy on an issue like this, but hopefully we are moving to equal standards and equal level of safety, equivalent training of drivers, equal level of accessible vehicles. I think that there needs to be a level playing field, and I don't say that out of any kind of deference to the cab industry. I just think that the consumers deserve equal standards, whether they get in a cab or an Uber or a Lyft. So I think we owe that to our public, both in the areas I mentioned and in a lot of other areas. And I think the staff have brought us pretty close to that. There may still be some tweaking necessary, but I'm hoping we don't have to go through another round of this here, that we can move it on to council and make whatever amendments we need to and get a better policy in place.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Filion. Councillor Holiday, did you want to speak? You're okay. Councillor Nunziata, did you want to speak? No? Okay. All right. So that leaves me as the last speaker. So I have a motion that I'm going to move. That the General Government Licensing Committee requests the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards to report directly to City Council its meeting on July 16th and 17th, 2019 on the following: the feasibility and implications of implementing third-party safety training, including options for using accredited training schools, in-class and car training, and other ways to deliver mandated training, opportunities to ensure higher vehicle fuel efficiency standards for vehicles for hire, including transitioning to hybrid vehicles or fully electric vehicles for all vehicles for hire, the impact of vehicles for hire on traffic congestion and opportunities to mitigate this impact, specific requirements for mobile device holders and vehicles in order to ensure they're mounted securely, requiring stickers cautioning passengers to watch for cyclists when opening doors, the feasibility of continuing the requirement that replacement vehicles for taxi cab owners be alternative fuel vehicles, hybrid vehicles, or low-emission vehicles, and enact a new definition for low-emission vehicles, to authorize the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards to define a low-emission vehicle in accordance with the Natural Resources Canada's fuel consumption ratings, the implications and feasibility of requiring private transportation companies through their software applications or otherwise to route private transportation company drivers and passengers to pick up and drop off locations where passengers can embark or disembark without the private transportation company vehicles stopping or otherwise obstructing bike lanes in a manner that is consistent with the existing prohibitions in the City of Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 886, that precludes private transportation company drivers from stopping, standing, parking, loading, or unloading passengers in bike lanes, and additional information on the difference between snow, winter, all season, all weather, and mud tires, in details on industry and insurance standards. Saying all of that, I want to thank everybody for coming in. I want to thank staff for all the work that they've done on this. I took a lot of notes today. I tried to get everything into a motion that I think would work on the floor of council. As a city councillor from the east end of Scarborough, I'm going to be very honest. I haven't been in a cab in a long time. I haven't been in an Uber or a Lyft or a PTC car, they call them, ever. I understand both sides of the issue. When I was a kid, anytime my dad worked in a company and he went on strike, he drove a cab to still bring money into the house, so put food on the table. I know people that are cab drivers, they bought the medallion or they drive cabs, they saw it as their retirement or their pension. It was what they were going to do to retire when they sold it. PTCs, the sharing economy in this day and age in the 21st century, Uber and Lyft are probably never going to go away. I can't see that happening. Part of the motion is looking at how we can mitigate the impact, because when I look at the number of taxi cab licenses in the city and 88,000 people that are driving PTC cars or can drive a PTC car, that's certainly out of whack, and I think that something needs to be done to try and balance the two out. In terms of safety, I certainly think we need more safety measures put in place for PTC. There's a lot of discussion around cameras, background safety checks. I think there's still some work to be done. I hope we'll have a lot more answers on the floor of council when this comes forward. As I think Councillor Filion said, I don't think we're going to make everybody happy, but we're trying to do our best to balance out both the cabs and the PTC. And I'm looking forward to working with staff as we continue to move this forward. And I thank you, everybody, for your patience as we try to deal with this. Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis. Sorry?
Thank you, Councillor. Clarification of the motion. Do we have staff commitments that this is achievable by July 16th? I mean, what you're asking them here?
Well, I talked to them about this when I was drafting this, and they said they can have this dealt with by the floor by council.
I was wondering if you'd be amenable to getting one other My number 6, requiring private transportation company drivers to notify their personal insurance companies that they're operating the vehicles for a private transportation company, using requiring private transportation company drivers to provide proof of insurance to the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing Standards. This will pretty well fulfill, I think, what the lady that we had heard about her son. This will certainly answer that. Would you be amenable to adding that to your?
I thought they did that already.
No, I mean, I'm just wondering about adding it there. It's, question was of you, Councillor.
I thought they did that already. Help me, Carl.
Yes, they are required to notify their insurance provider that they are driving PTC.
Right. Yeah.
Sorry, but my motion says proof, to provide proof of insurance to the Executive Director. I mean,
I don't even know if that's legal.
sure it is. The taxi cabs have to do it. Why wouldn't PTC have to do it? Councillor, I'm asking you if you're amenable to me adding this thing onto your motion.
I'm fine, I just want to check with staff if it's practical.
We'll try to clarify it in the report that with all the other items
Okay.
So you're okay with us adding this on
as a feasibility.
as a friendly amendment? Sorry, I asked the councillor.
Yeah, so I'm okay with it being added on.
Okay.
It's going to bring some.
So this is number 6 of what I had moved. Okay.
Councillor Holiday?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wondered if the clerk could scroll down, I'm sorry, to the end. I wondered, Mr. Chair, if you'd find it a helpful amendment to recognize at the very end and mud and snow tires so that it's consistent with the item number 58. I just noticed it says mud tires, but I think the technical term is mud and snow.
Well, I said on the difference between snow, winter, all season, all weather, and mud tires. So snow is at the beginning. I took that as snow tires when I wrote it.
I see. Okay. As long as we understand the differences between what's been prescribed in here,
Yeah,
I'm fine with that. Thank you.
okay. Okay. Good, all right. Okay, all right. So mine goes first. The referral goes first. Okay, so Councillor Karygiannis, referral motion, all in favor? Opposed? Sorry?
Recorded vote?
My recorded vote? Okay. All in favor of the referral? Councillor Karygiannis? Opposed? Councillor Filion, Councillor Holiday, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Nunziata. That loses. My motion? All in favor?
Can we scroll down, please?
Sorry?
Can we scroll down?
We're done asking questions.
No, just
Yeah.
want to see.
All in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Oh, sorry. And Councillor Filions? All in favor? Opposed? And that carries unanimously. Okay. So that item is complete. And then passage of the delegation bylaw. Who has that? Councillor Nunziata? Oh, sorry. Yep, item is amended. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried.
Okay, I have the bill.
Yep, Madam Speaker.
So that the General Government and Licensing Committee pass and declare this as a bylaw confirmatory to confirm the legislative proceedings of the General Government and Licensing Committee at meeting 6, acting under delegated authority, held on June 24, 2019.
All in favor? Opposed? And that carries unanimously. Meeting is adjourned.